Chapter 38:15. Realm Scorpion. Xiaoluan stayed in the cave for many years and had long adapted to the darkness. Her eyes could see very far. Lin Ling was so powerful that this little bit of darkness naturally couldn't stop him. What surprised him was that there was actually a huge ancient lake in front of him. This lake stretched for thousands of miles, and the lake water was silent, giving people a strange feeling. Moreover, a strange wind was blowing in the surroundings, as if someone was whispering in his ear. "We're here. This is the largest cave under the three mines." Xiaoluan raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. "Thank you, Xiaoluan." Lin Ling replied. If it was not for Xiaoluan, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this cave. In the ancient lake, there is a huge scorpion with 6 tails. It is very powerful. However, there is also a strange tree. That tree has no leaves or flowers, only a fruit. Xiaoluan said as if she had been there before. In fact, she had indeed been there before. Fruit. Lin Ling frowned and quickly took out the box containing the fruit of good. However, he hesitated whether to open it or not. After all, Xiaoluan had the will of the world. The fruit of good might hurt her. However, Lin Ling was overthinking. When he gently opened the wooden box, Xiaoluan was not affected at all. Instead, she said with surprise, "This fruit is very similar to the one in the ancient lake. However, it is a little different." When she said this, Lin Ling was somewhat expectant, because if he wanted to refine the flame of the human king, he needed the blessings of the gods. Among them, he needed the fruit of good, fruit of fortune, and fruit of fate. These heavenly treasures were extremely rare and only appeared in the era of the gods. It was impossible to find them in the 9 states. Furthermore, the Kaiyuan River was a secret realm that coexisted with the universe. It was not impossible for such fruits to appear. Therefore, regardless of whether the fruit in front of him was what he needed, he decided to give it a try. "Xiaoluan, you stay here. I will go and take a look," Lin Ling said. However, Xiaoluan shook her head and insisted on following Lin Ling. She seemed to be afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. With his strength, if something really happened, then Xiaoluan wouldn't be able to help him. However, Lin Ling did not want to waste time. He was confident that he was not weak. Therefore, he got little Kunlun to protect little Luan, while Lin Ling carried little Luan and floated into the distance. After flying through the air, Lin Ling realized that this underground lake was not small at all. It could even be called a small ocean, and in the lake, there seemed to be no life. However, right at this moment, a fatal attack suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was like a lightning dragon emerging from the sea, and its speed had reached 1,800 world speed. Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. His fusion talent was only 1,500 sector speed. However, at the critical moment, little Kunlun immediately made a move. It turned into a huge ancient forest in midair. Countless vines poured out and bought some time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately fused his talent, and the tyrannical song sword appeared. He controlled the true inheritance dark sword and shot it out. Ding ding dang dang. In the darkness, the countless vines wrapped around the object and immediately released countless sparks. However, the object was unscathed after being attacked by the true inheritance dark sword. So hard, Lin Ling's pupil shrank. Then, he did not believe in heresy and activated the true inheritance dark sword again. This time, it turned into more than 6,000 swords. Moreover, under the constant attack, the ancestral power reached 70%. Each sword had 70% ancestral power. It was not weak at all. Of course, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword was still weaker than the tyrannical song sword. Ding ding dang dang. However, it still did not have much effect. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a deep breath. The power of his 6 dantians surged out continuously and appeared on the tyrannical song sword. He immediately turned into a shooting star and shot forward. The most overbearing sword appeared among the countless flying swords and slashed toward the darkness. However, in the darkness, the deadly object sensed that Lin Ling's attack was extraordinary. It immediately wanted to avoid it. However, countless vines wrapped around it. Lin Ling naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. His sword finally arrived. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. The lake water exploded and poured down like a storm. A sword mark finally appeared on the pitch-black object that was struck by Lin Ling's sword, and it was slowly splitting open. However, it only cracked open. That's too powerful. I'm afraid that not many half-step to martial gods can withstand my full-strength attack. Lin Ling was shocked. Big brother, let's go quickly. That thing has woken up. At this moment, Xiaolun anxiously reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again because he had seen that the black and hard object was only a tail. A tail was already so terrifying. What if the main body came out? It seemed that he had to bring the platinum evil spirit here. Lin Ling had already decided to retreat. He shouted angrily, "Little Kunlun, let's go. Go!" After saying this, he immediately rushed back the way he had come. Behind him, the tail that had been slashed with a sword mark swept up crazily and finally crushed all the vines. However, little Kunlun had already wrapped around Lin Ling's shoulder and quickly left with Lin Ling rumble. In the ancient lake, a huge whirlpool appeared and the lake water flowed backward. Then, a pair of stone mill-like eyes slowly rose from the surface of the water. That's the realm scorpion. After the giant ghost saw it clearly, it immediately said solemnly, "Very powerful. Where did this realm scorpion come from?" Lin Ling asked as he rushed back the way he had come. The giant ghost looked back and immediately said indifferently, "This is the divine embryo that follows the Buddha God. Once, the Buddha God preached, and a scorpion heard the Tao and became a god. Later, because it was hiding under the Buddha God's praying mat, it accidentally pinned the Buddha God and was finally punished to the God realm. Of course, these are all legends. In fact, no one knows where the realm scorpion came from. However, its strength is not weak. Its every move carries the power of universal Tao. Lin Ling, let's leave quickly. This realm scorpion has been sleeping for a long time and has just woken up, so its reaction is a little slow. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave." Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling pushed his speed to the limit and finally rushed into the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Ling did not stop and madly rushed back the way he had come. After a long time, when he heard someone's voice in front of him, Lin Ling returned to his original form and slowly moved forward with little Lun. However, Lin Ling was still in shock about what had just happened. His current strength had greatly increased, but he was still helpless against a demonic beast. It made him feel extremely insignificant. Of course, Lin Ling really did not want to miss the fruit in the ancient lake. So he asked, "Giant Ghost, what do you think is the strength of that thing?" "Yes, it should be in a martial god realm, and its strength is probably comparable to the 9 states martial gods." "Yes." Chapter 38:16. Exploring the ancient lake again. Lin Ling, this is still considered weak. A true 9-tailed world scorpion strength is comparable to a god. As for that world scorpion, according to Xiaolun, it's only 6-tailed. What makes me really curious is that there's something wrong with that world scorpion. According to the characteristics of scorpions, they usually don't take the initiative to provoke people, but if someone dares to offend them, they won't easily let the intruder go. Even if they have to chase the intruder out of the Kaiyuan River, they will kill the intruder. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Unless it's injured? Possible. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that when it evolves into 7-tailed, it needs to shed its skin and metamorphose, so it doesn't have time to pay attention to you. Other than that, there's only one last possibility, which is that it's about to give birth. Injury, metamorphosis, and giving birth. If it's giving birth, that's the best, because at this time the world scorpion is the most timid and only wants to protect its young and leave. This also means that you can get close to the center of the ancient lake. Giant Ghost guessed. And if none of the 3 situations is true, then if I provoke it again, won't I be dead for sure? Moreover, even if it's giving birth, it's impossible to scare it away with my strength. Possible, Lin Ling said with a frown. How could the current him fight against the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions? That won't happen. If you attack with all your strength, with that crazy aura of yours, you can scare it away. After all, if it just gave birth to a young, it's afraid that the young will be injured, so it won't fight with all its strength and will choose to leave. Possible. After a good rest, bring Giant Ghost and the others to try your luck. Possible. Lin Ling immediately nodded. As they moved forward, many miners appeared in front of them. Lord, possible. Those miners saluted, but when they saw Xiaolun beside Lin Ling, their expressions changed greatly. Bane, Lord, that's the Bane. Possible. Bastard, who told you to come up? Get lost. These miners were not strong, and they mined all year round, so they naturally believed in some things about fate, so they were extremely afraid and angry at the Bane. Shut up. Lin Ling frowned and immediately said in a dignified manner, from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Whoever speaks ill of her is the same as speaking ill of me. Ah! Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. However, they obviously did not dare to disobey Lin Ling's order. They could only continue working in silence. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but they still looked at Xiaolun with vigilance and disgust. In this regard, Lin Ling could also understand their feelings, but he could not change their minds, so he was too lazy to bother with them. After leaving the mine, the sun shone brightly outside. When the members of the God-Slayer Alliance saw Lin Ling, they were shocked by Lin Ling's decision. This was because they had also heard of the matter of the daughter of the Star of Calamity. Regarding this matter, as martial artists, although they didn't believe in fate, they wouldn't be so bored as to touch upon such taboos. However, Lin Ling was worthy of being the leader. He didn't believe in this evil. Of course, compared to the miners discussed for Xiaolun, their attitude was obviously much better. Prepare a clean room for her to live in. Also, her name is Xiaolun, and from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Lin Ling looked at the members of the God-Slayer Alliance and smiled. Then, he asked, "Where's my big brother? Has he come out of seclusion?" Yes. The Arch hasn't succeeded in her breakthrough. However, Lord Dream and Lord Wangu have been here before, but when they saw that you weren't around, they immediately returned to their respective strongholds. They heard that Lord Lin Ling was going to pass through the mine to reach them, so they wanted to give you a surprise. They are already waiting for you at another stronghold. An old man said with a smile. Lin Ling was speechless. Those guys had probably waited in vain. Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to him and immediately went into his room. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the other 2 strongholds, Dream Flow and Sakura thought that Lin Ling would arrive at their strongholds from the mine. In the end, they waited until their beards turned white, but Lin Ling was still nowhere to be seen. This made them curse loudly. This stinking brat Lin Ling actually dared to stand them up. After Lin Ling entered his room, Xiaolun followed him in. She seemed to have an extremely good relationship with little Kunlun, as they were constantly whispering to each other. However, after entering the room, she didn't dare to speak carelessly. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, she immediately began to tidy up the room. This, Xiaolun, I'll do it myself. All right. Lin Ling had been training outside all year round, so he didn't care about these things at all. Moreover, he wasn't used to having a handmaiden serving him. Lord, I'm a handmaiden. This is what I should do. All right. However, Xiaolun was extremely stubborn. It could be seen that she cherished everything she had, and was even very satisfied with her current life. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. However, he let Xiaolun be. Then, he began to ponder about the battle tomorrow. There was no doubt that in that battle, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scare the Realm Scorpion away. As for Dream Flow and the others, Lin Ling didn't intend to inform them. Firstly, their strength wouldn't be of much help. Secondly, they had to guard the stronghold and didn't have the time. The premise of all this was that the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Lin Ling heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes, he immediately found a figure already busy with work. She was holding a rag, wiping this and that, and occasionally chatting with the vines beside her. It had to be said that with this figure, the room was much cleaner than usual, and this thin and weak figure was naturally Xiaoluan. Even Lin Ling didn't expect that she would wake up so early and had already started working. "Sir, you're awake." Noticing the voice behind her, Xiaoluan suddenly turned her head and said. However, when she saw Lin Ling, she was first stunned, then blushed and ran out while holding her small face. This made Lin Ling stunned. He didn't seem to have done anything. He couldn't help but look down, and his face suddenly turned red. This was because, unknowingly, his pants had already propped up a tent. This was also a phenomenon that men would occasionally have in the morning. No wonder Xiaoluan ran so quickly. So that's why. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. After changing into clean clothes, he walked out of the room. Behind him, the platinum evil spirit wearing a large cloak followed him. Outside the room, Xiaoluan stood there with her head lowered. Her pale face revealed a rare blush, which made her look extremely cute. Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. He didn't expect that his reputation would fail so miserably. However, he had seen many storms, so he changed the subject and said, "Xiaoluan, you stay here. I'll go to the mine alone." "Sir, don't leave me behind." Xiaoluan immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Chapter 38:17. Go all out. Hearing that, Xiaoluan shook her head and said, "Sir, I don't need your protection. I've been to that ancient lake several times, but I've always come out alive. Also, that fruit is very well hidden. Sir, you may not be able to find it." At the end, she was clearly anxious. At this time, the giant ghost also secretly transmitted its voice to Lin Ling. After hearing that, Lin Ling finally nodded. Indeed, Lin Ling was not familiar with the ancient lake, and Xiaoluan had been there many times. She might be able to help him at a critical moment. Immediately, Lin Ling led Xiaoluan into the mine. They walked along the path they came from, but when they reached the cave where they first met Xiaoluan yesterday, Lin Ling immediately realized that there was something strange about this place. It seemed to be different from yesterday. It's the effect of the aura. Beside him, the giant ghost also looked ahead and said, "Sir, let's go this way." However, Xiaoluan was familiar with the path and went into one of the caves. Lin Ling clearly remembered that yesterday, he and Xiaoluan did not enter this cave. It seemed that Xiaoluan was indeed capable. Following Xiaoluan, they turned left and right. Not long after, the water curtain cave appeared again. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn. Right now, he was not sure if the world scorpion was giving birth. If it was not, with his sticky entanglement, the world scorpion would definitely kill him. Involuntarily, Lin Ling looked at the fist-sized evil spirit beside him. The giant ghost shook its head. Obviously, it was not too sure either. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath and finally stepped in. He was not a wishy-washy person. Since he had chosen to come, then he would fight with all his might. Rushing through the water curtain cave, outside was the pitch-black ancient lake. Just like yesterday, the ancient lake was silent. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He let little Kunlun protect Xiaoluan, and then he led the platinum evil spirit forward. Of course, Lin Ling didn't forget to look at the giant ghost and ask, "If I'm in danger, will you help me?" Although the path of martial arts ultimately depended on the individual, he was currently facing Realm Scorpion, so it was normal for him to find more helpers. "I actually don't have the strength," the giant ghost said fiercely. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if the giant ghost was telling the truth or not, but from the looks of it, he could only rely on himself. "Guliulu," and as he spoke, bubbles appeared on the calm water surface. Then, a fatal killing intent arrived. It was a very fast speed, once again exceeding 1500 world speed. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't dare to be negligent. He went all out and fused his talents. Clang! The energy from his 6 dantians surged into the Tyrant Song sword. Lin Ling did not even look in front of him as he viciously slashed down with his sword. What was shocking was that as soon as the sword slashed down, a huge scorpion tail arrived in front of him. Rather than a scorpion tail, it was more like a nimble ancient snake. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's speed was not as fast as the scorpion tail, he predicted the opponent's attack and slashed out in advance. However, the scorpion tail was extremely strong. After being slashed by Lin Ling's sword, it immediately knew that Lin Ling was the person from yesterday, so the tail retreated and swept over with a terrifying stench. If this sweep hit, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, he would definitely die on the spot. True inheritance. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. With a low roar, countless swords rushed out from behind him like a swarm of locusts. Clang! Clang! However, the tail was so terrifying that it actually swept away all the true inheritance dark swords. However, the true inheritance dark swords were also like hyenas, madly rushing forward again. Using the true inheritance dark swords to delay, Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword was also adjusted. He drew a semicircle with both hands and then raised it high. Then, without hesitation, he slashed down fiercely. This slash was obviously more powerful than before. It actually slashed the tail that had just rushed over into the ancient lake again. Even the hard black armor showed cracks. However, Lin Ling was not in a good condition. He was breathing heavily. Of course, during this time, he also activated the true inheritance dark swords. They turned into a river of swords and swept across the ancient lake. Moreover, he also activated the space-time divine steel and other methods. Rumble. The tranquil ancient lake exploded and waves soared into the skies. This vast and mighty momentum finally awakened the taboo monster beneath the ancient lake. Whoosh! The ferocious whirlpool seemed to have sucked up all the water in the ancient lake, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Then, a pair of purple eyes quietly appeared under the lake water. The eyes coldly looked at Lin Ling, and there was a hint of human-like insidiousness in them. Obviously, it recognized Lin Ling. Behind the churning whirlpool, a couple of ancient snake-like figures finally charged out of the water. Those ancient snakes had their heads facing the sky and were slowly swaying. However, if one were to take a closer look, they were not ancient snakes. Instead, they were frightening tails. There were a total of 6 tails, and at the end of the tails, the most poisonous needles were emitting different colors. Obviously, the scorpion tails were poisonous. Moreover, previously, one tail had forced Lin Ling to go all out. Now that there were 6 tails, one could imagine how powerful it was. At this moment, even if a martial god realm expert was here, he would probably run away without hesitation. As the ancient lake continued to roll, the huge scorpion finally floated to the surface. The world scorpion was completely black, except for a pair of purple eyes. Its body was also extremely huge, like a small mountain. The most terrifying thing was that after it appeared, the surrounding cave began to melt. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. He came here with a goal in mind. Whether the world scorpion was giving birth or transforming, Lin Ling would not give up until he saw the end of the world. He floated in the air, and a huge dragon bone bow appeared in his hand. The bow was golden and dazzling, and there were many exquisite patterns engraved on its surface. Countless Buddha light appeared, and the sound of Sanskrit was like a song. Calamity destroying sun bow. This bow could threaten a martial god realm expert. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the world scorpion, it greatly shocked the world scorpion. It obviously did not expect that a mere weak human would have such power. However, it was not over yet. Lin Ling wanted to intimidate the world scorpion, so he would definitely have to go all out. Therefore, the god steps were also activated by him, enveloping the world scorpion. The mysterious world instantly enveloped the world scorpion. However, it was obvious that the god steps had a much smaller impact on a behemoth like the world scorpion. However, it still shocked the world scorpion. That was because it also noticed the mystery of this power. It should not exist in this world. Buzz. At this moment, its purple eyes changed, and it stared at Lin Ling in the air. However, Lin Ling did not wait for it to make the first move, and had already attacked. Or 5. 1. Suffering day and night, to the point of calamity. 2. One is full, and many are full. 3. The sin weapon, trident, eagle, snake, wolf, and dog. 4. Dragon, god, sky, or ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Connected together, so it was called seamless. Chapter 38:18. The realm scorpion retreated. Sanskrit suddenly descended, spreading throughout the world. An arrow was shot. The dark cave suddenly lit up. Countless fragments of light appeared, as if the Buddha had descended upon the world. The dual black and white arrows scattered endless light, intertwining with each other, turning into a huge calamity-ending arrow, charging towards the realm scorpion in the ancient lake. At this moment, the realm scorpion's eyes changed. Its 6 tails also began to shake with a rhythm. However, the god stares had sealed away a lot of its powerful strength. This caused a trace of panic to appear in its sinister eyes. By the time it reacted, the huge arrow had already landed on its back, stabbing into its shell like an awl, as if it wanted to purify everything. And when this terrifying arrow was shot, the entire cave seemed to have collapsed. Countless emperor crystals were also swept away by the terrifying power, gradually turning into nothingness. As for the ground, the 3 strongholds also shook violently. Those miners were all shaken to the ground. Even rows of houses were collapsing. This also caused everyone to panic, thinking that some great calamity had happened. Fortunately, although the ancient lake was entered from the mine, it was not actually under the 3 strongholds. Otherwise, the 3 strongholds would not exist. Moreover, the ancient lake was also in an extremely deep place underground. Therefore, the grassland was shaking, as if some great demon was about to rush out of the ground. And far away from the strongholds, a large grassland was also sinking. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at the ancient lake again, the lake water seemed to be about to overturn the bottom of the cave, shooting in all directions. After an unknown amount of time, it finally gradually calmed down. Whoosh! Lin Ling floated in the air, returning to his original form. He was breathing heavily as he looked down. This arrow had clearly consumed all of his power. Moreover, the steps of wisdom had also consumed all of his soul power. All that was left now was Jie Yuan. That bastard, don't tell me it's dead. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His heart was extremely nervous. Gurgle. However, he had clearly underestimated the realm scorpion. The ancient lake below, waves were unceasing. A pair of cold purple eyes slowly floated up. It was the realm scorpion. This also caused Lin Ling's pupils to fiercely tremble. This was truly terrifying. He had been shot directly by him, yet he was still alive. Moreover, Lin Ling was also familiar with the temperament of scorpions. Under normal circumstances, they would not take the initiative to provoke others. But when others entered their territory, they would raise their tails and deal a fatal blow. Therefore, this meant that Lin Ling would have to face the frenzied attacks of the realm scorpions. Crash! As time passed, the enormous figure finally revealed itself completely. Upon closer inspection, the world scorpion was not completely unscathed after being shot by Lin Ling's arrow. On its hard shell, a huge swastika scar appeared. It was about 12 meters wide and was a ghastly sight. However, it was still unable to pierce through the shell. If this beast was placed in the myriad worlds, it would definitely be a disaster. Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp, but he knew that there was no time to lose. So, he waved his right hand, and the platinum spirit appeared. After that, 2 black gold spirits appeared as well, and then an endless amount of dragon demons appeared. Kill! Then, Lin Ling roared. Deep in his eyes, his fighting spirit was boiling. Kill! The entire cave was vast and mighty, as if it was about to be overturned. Lin Ling seemed to be overbearing, but in fact his heart was beating like a drum. because if it was a life and death battle, then they would only end up with a complete annihilation. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling knew that he absolutely couldn't show weakness. Time froze at this moment. Gurgle. Finally, the realm scorpions moved, forming a wave that soared into the sky. Oh no, shit! Lin Ling's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He knew that there was no way he could escape this calamity. Beside him, the giant spirit also bared its fangs. However, just as they thought that a life and death battle was about to arrive, the realm scorpions took a deep look at Lin Ling and finally dived into the bottom of the ancient lake. Gurgle. A large number of bubbles floated out and lasted for a long time. Finally, the entire ancient lake fell silent. Everyone floated in the air, silent and motionless. It was as if time had frozen. The only sound was the sound of water dripping onto the surface of the lake. However, there were water droplets dripping from the top of the cave, as well as Lin Ling's cold sweat. Clearly, Lin Ling was also scared out of his wits. It's gone. Yes, yes, you won the bet. Yes. A moment later, two voices that sounded as if they had just survived a disaster finally floated out. Next, Lin Ling and the giant spirit, who were in the air, looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. The previous scene seemed simple, but in fact, Lin Ling had already walked on the edge of a knife several times. I can't help but admire you. At such a critical moment, you can still maintain your domineering demeanor, the giant spirit said again. Hearing that, Lin Ling's smile turned into a bitter smile. Say no more. I admire myself. Next, he roared at the sky, because there were only two outcomes for provoking the realm scorpion. 1. Complete annihilation. 2. The realm scorpion left. The realm scorpion from before was obviously intimidated by Lin Ling's crazy attacks. Coupled with Lin Ling's final frenzy, it finally chose to leave this madman, because it was indeed giving birth. For the safety of its cubs, it left. Motherhood was also the greatest kind of love. Even the realm scorpion was no exception. Therefore, as long as there was the slightest possibility of harming its cubs, it would choose to avoid it. Sir, the scorpion left. Behind, Xiao Luan carried little Kunlun and flew over. It left. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Xiao Luan. Because the ancient lake was very big, it would take him a lot of time to find the fruit. If Xiao Luan knew the whereabouts of the fruit, it would naturally save a lot of time. Moreover, Lin Ling was not sure if the fruit was what he needed. However, for the fruit to be valued by the realm scorpion, even if it was not what Lin Ling needed, it was definitely valuable. Follow me. Xiao Luan also knew that there was no time to lose and immediately started searching. After a long time, on the other side of the ancient lake, a mysterious bubble appeared. It was about 5 meters wide and was hidden at the bottom of the lake. In a huge bubble, there was a strange tree. It had no leaves, no flowers, only a fruit. Moreover, the fruit looked very ordinary, just like a pear. Lin Ling had never seen the fruit of fortune or the fruit of fate. Therefore, just as he was about to ask the giant ghost, he immediately realized that the giant ghost had quietly retreated. Looking at the platinum evil spirit and the others, they were also hiding far away. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing, because the fruits he needed were all things blessed by the gods. Now, even the giant ghost was afraid of those fruits. This meant that Lin Ling had found a real fruit. My luck has always been bad. Now it's finally good. Chapter 38:19. Someone, use the wooden box that holds the fruit of goodness to store it, and use jade to pick it. Don't touch it, or it will turn into nothingness. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice floated over from afar. Lin Ling immediately nodded and shot into the ancient lake. He also successfully entered the vacuum zone and stood in front of the strange little tree. Upon closer inspection, apart from the lack of leaves and flowers, the little tree was very ordinary. If not for someone's reminder, Lin Ling would have definitely thought it was a pear. When the fruit was just picked, it must not be touched by anything. It must be stored in a wooden box and could only be touched after 3 days. Therefore, Lin Ling also carefully picked it. When he was picking, the giant ghost, and the others hid far away. In the end, they even left the ancient lake and came to the cave outside. On the ancient lake, only little Kunlun was waiting for Lin Ling with Xiaolun. It's here. There was a huge fluctuation earlier. I hope it's not the realm scorpion. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the ancient lake. This caused Xiaolun's expression to change instantly. The realm scorpion is not to be trifled with. Let's make it clear first. We'll help you this time. If you get any treasure here, we want to share. If there's only one treasure, then you must compensate with other treasures. Of course, the realm scorpion is stronger than an ordinary martial god, and this is just a six-tailed one. If it's a nine-tailed one, I'm afraid even our Lord Carefree Sword wouldn't dare to provoke it. Six-tailed he, with us working together, it shouldn't be difficult. If it were any other time, it would be impossible. However, I asked the Fate Elder for help and found that something happened to the realm scorpion. Later, the Fate Elder told me that there are only 3 kinds of things happening to the realm scorpion. 1, it's injured. 2, it's molting. 3, it's giving birth. If it's the third, then the treasures here will belong to us. You're really well prepared. The voices chatted as they walked and gradually appeared by the ancient lake. There were about a dozen of them, and judging from their attire, they were divided into 3 camps. One camp had blonde hair, golden robes, and even their pupils were golden. Moreover, they looked somewhat different from humans. As for the other camp, they had blue hair. The men were handsome, and the women were otherworldly. It was as if they were born out of the mud without being stained. Moreover, they were also somewhat different from humans. On the other hand, there were 4 people in the other camp. They were all wearing the academy's robes, and it could be seen that they were not from the same academy. Their expressions, they were arrogant. There was powerful confidence. Their goal was the realm scorpion's treasure. However, when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, the confidence and calmness from before disappeared in an instant. Because the ancient lake was the ancient lake. Not only did he not sense the aura of the realm scorpion, he instead saw a little girl floating in the air on a vine. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Scorpion, Yuquan Yufeng asked, "Who are you?" Someone from the blonde youth's side spoke. His name was Jin Yi. He was one of the priests of the Golden God clan. He was also extremely powerful. Me. Being stared at by this group of experts, Xiaolun immediately panicked. It seems that the realm scorpion has left. Seeing Xiaolun's appearance, a beautiful woman in the group with long blue hair said faintly. She also looked at Xiaolun. "Tell me, how did the realm scorpion leave? Also, when did you enter here? Did you see anything?" She was also a woman, but her voice was cold and even dignified. Xiaolun's eyes were wet. He wanted to leave, but he did not dare to leave Lin Ling behind. For a moment, he did not know what to say. "You lowly bitch, speak." Seeing that Xiaolun was about to cry, a look of disgust appeared in the woman's eyes, and she shouted, "I don't know." Xiaolun was frightened by the voice and could only reply timidly, "It's really strange. The realm scorpion has indeed disappeared. Could it be that it knew we were coming, so it ran away in advance?" The others looked around, but their expressions became more and more unsightly. "It's fine if it ran away, but I'm afraid that it took away the treasures here. If that's the case, we've come here for nothing," the golden-haired young man said coldly. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the vine that Xiaolun was riding. This lowly servant, he doesn't have any strength, but he can fly above the ancient lake. It seems like that vine is not simple. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lil Kunlun. Zuoquan from the human race also nodded. Moreover, if the realm scorpion did not take away the treasures here, it might have been stolen by this cockroach. "Search her body." Hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately spoke. She was Princess Shui Wan, the eldest princess of the Water God clan. "She's a woman after all. You go." However, Zuoquan shook his head. "No, she's too dirty. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." Hearing this, Princess Shui Wan directly refused. Looking at Xiaolun, there was only contempt in her beautiful eyes. "Dirty slave, take off your clothes." The others also did not want to dirty their hands. So Jean E also spoke coldly. They were like the children of God. At this moment, they were surrounding a beggar, wanted to see if there were any treasures on the beggar's body. And all of this seemed to be a matter of course to them. I don't have anything. Tears finally fell from Xiaoluan's eyes. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was despised by others. You're courting death. Seeing that Xiaoluan did not do as he said, a youth suddenly snorted. A sword appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he stabbed at Xiaoluan. This person was obviously impatient. Since the dirty girl did not take off her clothes, he would kill her. Of course, he also had his eyes on Lil Kunlun. He felt that it was extraordinary. If he could not obtain the treasures left behind by the realm scorpion and a mysterious plant, then this trip would not be in vain. Kunlun. Little Kunlun began to sway when it saw the sword flying towards it. It seemed to be a little angry. However, just as it was about to attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of little Kunlun. He was dressed in blue robes and held a wooden box in one hand. His other hand gently reached out with 2 fingers at the same time. This action seemed slow, but when the sword was about to attack, it instantly caught the sword. Moreover, the sword did not move at all. What? The expression of a youth who had attacked changed instantly. Scram! The newcomer let out a low shout and twisted 2 fingers. Clang! The sword was twisted, and even the youth's arm was twisted. Then, with a crack, his right arm was completely dislocated. However, this was not the end. The mysterious person took a step forward and struck with his shoulder. Bang! Chapter 38:20. Reprimand. When he landed in the middle of the group of people, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood, and his face became extremely pale. As for the group of arrogant people, they all narrowed their eyes because the young man who had attacked before was from the E-Garden. He was an expert of the E-generation and was ranked 402nd on the heavenly stairway of the gods. He was extremely powerful. However, he'd been defeated by the blue-robed young man in 2 moves. This meant that the person's strength was not simple. Sir, we are from the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. May I know who you are? Yuquan said indifferently. The injured young man was from the same alliance as him. Now that he was injured, how could he not ask anything? However, he saw that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he did not act rashly. This was not because he was afraid of the other party, but because he wanted to know the other party's background. Because with such extraordinary strength, he should be someone from a powerful alliance. You don't have the right to know. The person who came was Lin Ling, and he replied coldly. He had never seen the group of people in front of him, but he could guess that they had come for the world scorpion. Moreover, Lin Ling could also sense that they were not weak. They were all at the half-step to martial god realm. Even the weakest talent was grade 7, and some are even grade 8. As for the golden-robed and blue-haired people, Lin Ling sensed that they were not humans. Therefore, he guessed that they were from the gold god race and the water god race. This was because he had seen the portraits of these 2 clans in the wood god clan. But overall, compared to the wood god clan, these 2 clans were slightly stronger. Seeing that Lin Ling did not give him face, Yuquan was clearly enraged. But Lin Ling ignored him and asked Xiaolun, "Did they do anything to you?" Xiaolun immediately shook his head. No. As soon as they arrived, my lord appeared. Obviously, Xiaolun didn't want to cause any trouble, so she hid the fact that the group of people had cursed at her. This also made Lin Ling nod his head and want to leave with Xiaolun. Wait a moment. What is that wooden box in your hand? At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling rush out from under the ancient lake. Could it be that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure left behind by the realm scorpion? We want to see that wooden box. If it's something ordinary, I'll let you go. Princess Shui Wan also spoke. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled. Holding Xiaolun's hand, he turned around and left. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at them. What a joke. Lin Ling had risked his life to obtain the treasure in this wooden box. Did they think they could take a look just because they said so? Despicable human, stop right there. Seeing that Lin Ling was actually ignoring her, Princess Shui Wan immediately shouted, "Lowly people will always be lowly people. They will only hang out with filthy people." There are too many filthy and ignorant people in this world. That's why the world is so turbid. Jean, he also spoke up. This was because he was also angry. In his opinion, he was a noble member of the Gold God clan. When ordinary humans saw him, they would have to kneel down and salute him. Apart from the top human experts, whom he would give some face to, others weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. What a perfect match. I wanted to search that filthy girl's body, but she was too filthy, so I had her take off her clothes. If you hadn't come, humph, she would definitely have obediently taken off those filthy clothes. Princess Shui Wan said in a strange tone, "Two filthy servants. Do you only know how to run away when you see us, the Gold God clan?" The others also spoke one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped. He ignored the lowly people they were talking about and looked at Xiaolun instead. Is what they said true? Xiaolun immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. However, this also made Lin Ling instantly understand. Those guys actually wanted Xiaolun to take off his clothes? Did Xiaolun provoke them? Why were their demands so excessive? Did they not know that forcing a girl to take off her clothes was trampling on her dignity? A flame of anger burned in Lin Ling's heart. Holding Xiaolun's hand, Lin Ling slowly turned around and couldn't help but mock. "You bunch of trash, your mouths are really smelly. Could it be that you grew up eating shit?" "Shit? What kind of trash is the Gold God clan? Could it be that your ancestors were a bunch of lowly slaves? So in order to make you feel arrogant, you open your mouth and call others filthy?" Unfortunately, slaves are still slaves. Lin Ling looked at Jean Yi and said. Jean Yi's pupils trembled fiercely, and the veins on his forehead bulged. One had to know that he had mocked Lin Ling because he was in a bad mood. After all, Lin Ling didn't give him any face. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dare to resist? Priestess Jean Yi, it seems that your Gold God clan isn't noble enough. However, seeing Jean Yi being mocked, Princess Shui Wan seemed very happy. Although the Gold God clan and the Water God clan didn't have any great enmity, they were still fighting both openly and secretly. Now that the Gold God clan had lost face, the Water God clan was naturally happy. You aren't any better. You're a girl, but you have no manners. You open your mouth and call others filthy. It seems that you didn't have parents to discipline you. In my opinion, you can't even compare to my Xiaolun. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Shui Wan again. You're scolding me? You're saying that I, a noble princess, can't compare to her? Princess Shui Wan was stunned. Yes, I'm scolding you. Why are you pretending to be noble? Do you know what etiquette is? Do you know what it means to be a daughter of a noble family? Do you know what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are? You're just a shrew. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, and every word was like a gem. You. Princess Shui Wan's face turned ashen. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the 3 obedience and 4 virtues as an example. You don't understand them at all. Obey the father before marriage. Obey the husband after marriage. And obey the son after the husband's death. These are the 3 virtues. If you're a shrew, cursing in public, you're a disgrace to your tribe. The 4 virtues refer to women's virtue, women's speech, women's appearance, and women's achievements. Everyone in the Water God clan was trembling with anger. Their princess was actually scolded like a shrew. On the contrary, Yu Quan and the others were secretly laughing. However, Lin Ling's spearhead quickly turned to him, and you guys, you're humans, but you're revering people from other clans. Which academy are you from? You're a disgrace to the final world. Could it be that you and your family are dogs? Shut up. Yu Quan was stunned, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Go give him a few slaps. I want to see his teeth fall out. Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I'll break his teeth. Let's see what else he can say. Jean Yi sneered. His previous anger was completely suppressed by him, since he was scolding so freely. Then it was time to welcome his anger. Don't kill him. Leave him to me. I want to give him a few slaps too. Chapter 38:21. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but that he didn't care. Jean immediately nodded heavily and walked out step by step. Boy, I don't know who you are, but I know that your mouth stinks. No matter how smelly it is, it can't compare to your cheap mouth." Lin Ling also sneered. In his heart, the flames of fury were still burning. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Yuquan suddenly said in a strange tone, "It seems that your golden god priest's reputation isn't that great. Even a human slave looks down on you. We don't care if they scold us in front of us, but the Golden God clan is being scolded as well. Isn't that treating the Golden God clan as a lowly existence?" Behind Yuquan, someone spoke up. All of them revealed ridiculing expressions because as far as they were concerned, the blue-robed young man was dead for sure. In fact, when Lin Ling walked out with the wooden box in his hand, this group of people had no intention of letting him go. It was just that before they made their move, they had said a few words. They had never thought that Lin Ling would dare to scold them so crazily. Voices rang out one after another, causing Jin Yi's expression to darken once more. It was as if he had not won glory for the Golden God clan and had instead lost face. The Gold God clan could be looked down upon by the Water God clan, but they could never be looked down upon by humans. "I'm going to give you 3 hard slaps. Of course, I'm going to include that filthy woman behind you." Jin Yi licked his lips and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling was taken aback. He immediately thought of Shaolin, and the anger in his heart exploded. He roared, "Filthy Golden God clan, are you done with your bullshit?" His words were like arrows, shaking Jin Yi's heart. He didn't waste any more words. A dazzling light appeared on the surface of his body. The entire cave instantly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, Jin Yi vanished from where he stood. 1,200 world speed erupted. A scorching hot palm slapped toward Lin Ling at a speed faster than light. If the slap were to land on the face of a martial progenitor, it would be enough to kill them instantly. However, Lin Ling also sneered. He stood straight like a pine tree and gently stretched out his right hand. Although the battle with the Realm Scorpion had consumed a lot of his physical strength recovered extremely quickly. Since he didn't consume any realm essence, he wasn't afraid of Jin Yi. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. In the air, Jin Yi wanted to slap Lin Ling's face, but she was stopped by Lin Ling. "How lucky!" Jin Yi coldly snorted. "Lucky?" Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. His 6 dantians surged with world essence. His arm was like a heavenly blessing, ruthlessly pressing down on Jin Yi's palm. This caused Jin Yi's eyes to flash. She knew that she had underestimated this human. As expected of a barbarian, "Do you only know how to use brute force?" Jin Yi immediately said coldly. Almost at the same time, the light on his body became even more dazzling. At this time, a large amount of golden light shot towards him from the surrounding rocks, causing the light to reach its limit. So, when light reaches its limit, it's actually so terrifying. Sensing the dazzling light, Yuquan and the others' expressions changed slightly. Then, they all closed their eyes because the light was so dazzling that it could blind them. Moreover, other than their eyes, all their 5 senses were shocked by the golden light and disappeared without a trace. It felt as if they were in a white world. They couldn't see anything, hear any sound, or feel any airflow. At the same time, in the dazzling light, a palm seemed to be condensed from light. It slapped towards Lin Ling's face at an unimaginable speed. "Can you block my golden light?" Jin Yi's voice accompanied it. He was clearly warning Lin Ling that he was going to attack. However, he also knew that the warning was useless. This human couldn't react at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. Jin Yi clearly sensed that the palm had already landed on Lin Ling's face. In fact, he was already waiting for the crisp sound of the slap. However, Lin Ling, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared after he swung his palm. Instead, a white palm slapped over fiercely beside him. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, causing all the dazzling light to disappear. Instead, Jin Yi stood there in midair. His pupils were constantly twitching, and a palm print appeared on his face. Beside him, Lin Ling had one hand behind his back. The other hand was still in a slapping posture as he looked at him indifferently. Genie thought that his light was very powerful, but he didn't know that Lin Ling had secretly used the god steps to bring Gene E into his own world and seal all his power. This also meant that not only was Lin Ling not afraid of the golden light, but he could even see Gene Yi's every move. However, Lin Ling's slap wasn't heavy. It didn't even make Gene E waver. However, what he hit was his dignity and the pride of the Gold God clan. You hit my face. Gene E stroked his cheek as if he hadn't reacted yet. However, his pupils were already bloodshot. That's right. I did hit your face. Lin Ling stood beside Gene E and said indifferently, I didn't care about you before, not because I didn't dare, but because I didn't care. However, you even dare to bully my people. If I didn't do anything, it wouldn't be because I didn't care. It would be because I didn't dare. As soon as he said this, Gene Yi's pupils constricted. He stared at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, Gold God Clan, are you very proud? But now, it seems that you've embarrassed yourself. Remember, so-called pride doesn't rely on your mouth, but on your fists. As soon as he said this, Lin Ling threw a punch. At that moment, the realm-swallowing beast, the double dragon talent, and the evil ghost jellyfish appeared behind him. Rumble. That punch was so powerful that it sent Gene E flying. He smashed into the cave wall in the distance, and finally fell into the ancient lake. At that moment, everyone frowned. Gene E's strength was not weak. According to the human world's evaluation, he could definitely enter the top 300 on the divine list. However, he couldn't block that man's punch. Moreover, he was beaten so badly. Lin Ling's eyes moved and fell on Yu Quan. Immediately, Yu Quan's pupils trembled, and he took a step back subconsciously. In fact, you're the same. No matter what kind of person you are, which academy you're from, or which alliance you're from, in my eyes, you're just an ant. The reason why I ignored you before was also because I didn't care. Do you really think you're so arrogant? Lin Ling said calmly. His words were like a sword that pierced deeply into Yu Quan's heart. His body was trembling. That was because he was an expert from the academy and a powerhouse on the divine list. However, he was being humiliated like this. You're courting death. However, at that moment, the ancient lake exploded and Gene E rushed out again. Obviously, he was angry. However, he was only halfway there when suddenly a figure appeared like a ghost and slammed him into the cave wall. Then a hand grabbed his neck and pinned him to the cave wall. Chapter 38:22. Their auras collided. With Gene Yi's strength, how could he be a match for the golden white evil ghost at the martial ancestor realm? The golden white evil ghost even looked at him with a creepy smile, as if he wanted to eat Gene E. This made Gene Yi's heart tremble, and he did not dare to say a word. If you really want to die, I can satisfy your wish. You only need to say one more word. Now you can try. Go! Lin Ling also looked at Gene E indifferently. However, did Gene E dare to say anything? Not at all. They had come here arrogantly to humiliate Shaolun and thought that they had extraordinary backgrounds. However, now, they were all suppressed by Lin Ling and did not dare to speak. It seems that you don't dare to say anything either. This means that your so-called nobility is actually a pile of shit. Go! Seeing that Gene E did not dare to speak, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at Princess Shui Wan again. This time, everyone suddenly gritted their teeth. Lin Ling had humiliated Gene E of the Gold God clan. Now, he was going to humiliate the princess of the Water God clan. Princess Shui Wan's face became extremely cold. In front of powerful strength, any nobility was indeed a pile of shit. Now that Lin Ling was looking directly at her, she obviously did not dare to speak rashly. Speak. However, Lin Ling questioned her. However, Princess Shui Wan still did not speak. She was so angry that her body trembled. She had never thought that the filthy woman would know a martial god realm expert. Moreover, the blue-robed young man was not weak either. In the end, she could only endure the humiliation. Remember, when you laugh at others for being filthy, you don't know that in other people's hearts, you are also a filthy woman and your heart is filthy. Lin Ling reprimanded her directly and looked at the crowd. You must have come for the world scorpion. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that the world scorpion has already left. Moreover, you think that you can intimidate the world scorpion by joining forces. I have to say that you have a sharp tongue, but your brains are idiots. Idiots? When these words came out, everyone trembled, because they had a powerful background. When had they ever been scolded like this? It's all thanks to a senior at the martial god realm. Suddenly, Yuquan spoke in a low voice. What he meant was that they had allowed Lin Ling to reprimand them because they were afraid of the martial god realm expert. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling at all. It seems that not only is your mouth cheap, your heart is even more cheap. Are you trying to goad me? Lin Ling also instantly looked at Yuquan, causing the latter to open his mouth, but in the end he did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. However, even though I know that you're trying to goad me, I still like to fall for it. Come on, let's fight. Let me see what other skills you have besides your cheap mouth. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Even though Lin Ling had defeated Genie earlier, they'd noticed that Jean E had only underestimated her opponent for a moment. When Jean E was about to use her full strength, the martial god had arrived. This meant that although the blue-robed young man was very powerful, it was not impossible for him to win. Moreover, Yuquan wasn't weak. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Divine Stairway and was an expert from Miaoshan College's third hall. Miaoshan College was from the Miaoshan dynasty and was ranked second among the 36 colleges. It was ranked 1 point higher than the E-Garden. Brother Yu, although his strength isn't weak, it's probably just a facade. You're an expert ranked in the top 300, so you can definitely defeat him. The expert from the E-Garden, whose arm had been broken by Lin Ling, earlier spoke in a low voice. Yuquan nodded, but he still didn't feel relieved, because his ranking and background were too strong. If he defeated Lin Ling, he would only be able to vent his anger, and no one would think that he was formidable. After all, Lin Ling was just a nobody. On the contrary, if he lost, it would bring humiliation to him, a humiliation as great as the heavens. If you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're so wishy-washy. What kind of cultivator are you? While he was hesitating, Lin Ling shouted again with an overbearing aura. Do you really want to fight me? Yuquan's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. That's right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Have you ever thought that if you lose, this might be the biggest decision you'll make in your life? Yuquan said in a low voice. His tone was still arrogant, but it was filled with strong confidence, as if he would definitely win. In fact, he believed that as long as he was on guard against Lin Ling, he would definitely win. He was at least 80% confident that he would win. Are all of you so-called experts, so-called people above others, so idiotic? If you dare to fight, then fight. If you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Does your babbling prove that you're noble and powerful? Lin Ling's voice also became low. Finally, Yuquan stepped forward. The aura of a half-step to martial god burst out mightily. You're so arrogant. Haven't you thought about our background? Are we someone you can afford to offend? Yuquan's voice became louder as his terrifying aura surged. He had started to be aggressive. Lin Ling, since you're forcing me to fight, let's make Lin Ling regret his decision. Bang, bang, bang. The cave began to tremble. It seemed like Yuquan was stronger than Genie. However, that was not the case. It was just that Yuquan was more prepared. I've underestimated my opponent. The truth is, he's only an intermediate martial progenitor. At that instant, Jean E was still being held back by the golden white demon, but she still spoke confidently. Everyone's eyes flickered upon hearing her words, including Yuquan's. His boundary force of the half-step to martial god realm surged toward Lin Ling like a giant wave, as if it were going to tear Lin Ling into pieces. However, Lin Ling did not back off. He even took a step forward amid the giant wave. You're so arrogant. Have you thought about the consequences? His aura was unleashed as he uttered the words. As the sound of Lin Ling's voice faded, a similarly terrifying amount of world essence erupted forth. It was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. These two auras collided madly. opposing each other with equal harshness. I, Yuquan, come from Yin State. 300 years ago, I came to the final world as a representative of Yin State. I was valued by the final world's Miaozhou Academy and became a student of the academy. I'm the most powerful person in Yin State. In 300 years, I've become a top expert in Shun San Hall. I've even entered the divine list and become one of the top 300 deities. Yuquan did not back down and took another step forward. If his aura was like a giant wave before, then he was like a heavenly tribulation at that moment. His words caused the people from the Water God tribe and the Gold God tribe to tremble. They were not like the Wood God tribe, who hid in the demonic forest all year round and isolated themselves from the rest of the world. As they often interacted with humans, they knew what it meant to become one of the top 300 deities in the divine list in 300 years. Compared to Yuquan, the blue-robed young man had no right to be arrogant. Chapter 38:23. Who do you think you are? I, Lin Ling, come from Qing Province. 10 years ago, I represented Qing Province in the final world and entered Snow Wind Academy. In less than a year, I became an expert of Shun's Second Hall. In less than 3 years, I became the #1 expert of Shun Third Hall. Lin Ling's voice was unprecedentedly firm. He wasn't afraid of the wind and rain. He wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. In his mind, these people were the top experts of the Third Hall. But if he wasn't as strong as them, how could he talk about defeating Wen Tian Martial God's disciple? A sharp aura gushed out from Lin Ling's body. It was like a sword that cut through all thorns and pierced the 9 heavens. This sharp aura caused everyone's pupils to constrict. In less than a year, he became an expert of Shun Second Hall. In less than 3 years, he became the #1 expert of Shun Third Hall. In less than 10 years, he defeated an expert of Shun Third Hall. This meant that after this guy called Lin Ling entered the final world, he didn't even need 10 years to reach the heavens. If Yuquan was a monster, then Lin Ling could be called a genius. Was there a need to compare 300 years to 10 years? Especially the few humans, they were silent. Compared to Lin Ling, they were undoubtedly overshadowed. But they, who were as weak as ants, dared to show off in front of Lin Ling and even called him a lowly commoner. This was very ironic. Besides, the young man in blue clothes was so strong, but they hadn't heard of him before. Maybe he had risen to prominence later on, or maybe he was lying. After all, it was impossible for him to defeat a cultivator who was ranked 300th on the celestial stairway in 10 years. When he heard Lin Ling's words, Yuquan was clearly shaken. In addition to Lin Ling's sharp aura and surging Jieyuan, Yuquan felt a sweetness in his throat as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was something that Yuquan couldn't imagine. Because of his aura and cultivation, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura was like a sword. Not only was he not suppressed, but he also felt a backlash. But he was indeed an expert of Shin Third Hall. He faced Lin Ling's sharp aura and took another step forward. There is a difference in the final world. Only those with ultimate desolate bodies are above the rest. And among ultimate desolate bodies, grade 5 and above are the best. As for me, I'm a grade 8 extreme thunderstorm fire leopard. I'm blessed by the heavens and have a God-bestowed body. Grade 8, grade 8. How can you compare with me? Rumble. Just as Yuquan finished speaking, a divine leopard roared behind him. With just one roar, endless dense thunder swept in all directions. The rocks at the bottom of the cave instantly fell like rain, even passing through the thick ground and reaching the grassland above. Grade 8. Jean E and Princess Mu Wan's eyes lit up. No wonder Yuquan's status was so high. His strength was not weak at all. A desolate was desolate. Third Hall's heaven is desolate heaven. Is heaven is heaven. Is it desolate is desolate. Is heaven descend. Is you is as desolate is you. Yuquan wanted to use his powerful talent to let Lin Ling know his inferiority. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he smiled faintly. Grade 8. No wonder. Although Yuquan was also a grade 8 talent, Lin Ling could feel that Wanyin Bupo's talent was stronger. This meant that Wanyin Bupo's ranking on Shun Third Hall was higher, Talent is important, but it's not the only thing. Lin Ling's voice became hoarse. Endless black fog spread out, and his talents started to fuse. Only trash would find excuses and refuse to admit the failure in front of them. No matter what you say, without talent, you can't open the door to the final world. Before an 8th grade talent, you are as dim as a firefly. Yuquan roared. Endless thunderstorm roared and finally arrived in front of Lin Ling. But at this moment, a dragon claw came from the void, domineering and destroying everything. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and punched towards the thunderstorm. Grade 8 talent is not enough to move me. Accompanied by a dragon-like roar, Princess Mu Wan and the rest's expression changed. What kind of aura was this? It gave people a feeling that it was not weaker than Yuquan's. Compared to Princess Mu Wan and the rest's shock, Yuquan's heart changed. This was because the terrifying punch gave him endless pressure. To be able to make him feel pressured, could this be the ultimate desolate body of a grade 9 talent? Or even a grade 10 talent? This punch is too powerful. Subsequently, Yuquan felt dispirited. It was as though he faintly knew that he would not be able to receive this punch. Rumble. Sure enough, the moment the fist and palm collided, all of the dense lightning was smashed apart, spewing out in all directions. Yuquan's palm seemed like it was about to collapse. Retreat. Yuquan was terrified. Without any hesitation, he frantically retreated. But it was too late. Lin Ling's dragon fist followed up with an unstoppable force, like a dragon rushing out of the 9 prefectures. Bang! After the punch broke through the thunderstorm palm, it landed heavily on Yuquan's chest, sending him flying like a cannonball. He smashed into the opposite cave wall and finally landed on one knee on the ground. Everyone was silent, as their pupils trembled. Yuquan had also lost. This mysterious youth, who was only at the mid-stage martial ancestor realm, was too powerful. If they were still doubting whether Lin Ling could achieve such a feat in 10 years, they were starting to believe it now. Talent is not the only key to opening the door to the final world. And in mid-air, Lin Ling, who had transformed into a monster, floated there as he looked at everyone indifferently. That glance made everyone lower their heads. It was as if Lin Ling's eyes were the extremely resplendent sun, forcing them to not look straight at him. In terms of Jie Yuan's aura, the mysterious youth had one. In terms of talent, the mysterious youth had one again. Why did Yuquan have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, Yuquan had previously said that he had an 8th grade talent and was absolutely qualified to open the door to the final world. However, the mysterious youth's talent was of a higher grade than his, yet he had remained silent. Yet, Yuquan had been so complacent. Wasn't he overestimating himself? You've defeated me. At that moment, Yuquan raised his head as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he had thought that he was noble and insufferably arrogant. However, he could not even block a single attack from someone else. Now, his heart was filled with shame, and he felt so ashamed that he could not show his face. Aren't you noble? Aren't you humiliating others? Now, it seems that you can't even block a single punch. Where did you get your confidence from? Don't tell me you're shameless. Lin Ling calmly looked at Yuquan as he spoke. Yuquan was speechless. Even Jin Yi, who was being held back by the golden-white evil spirit in the distance, turned pale and could not refute. He had thought that he had underestimated his opponent. However, it now seemed that even if he used his full strength, he might not be a match for the young man. You all call me a lowly commoner. Now, it seems that you're nothing. Chapter 38:24. A cloud-piercing arrow. Were they? From the looks of it, they were nothing. Don't think that just because you are from the Gold God tribe and the Water God tribe, you are very noble. In fact, you are just humans. If you want to humiliate others, you have to be prepared for the possibility of being humiliated by others. With that, Lin Ling turned and left. Everyone looked at the backs of those people and remained silent. Even though they knew that Lin Ling had taken the Realm Scorpion's treasure, they did not dare to act rashly. This was because they might not even be a match for the blue-robed youth, let alone the martial god realm expert. When Linling passed through the ancient lake and arrived at the water curtain cave, the giant ghost had been waiting for him for a long time. He looked at Linling indifferently and said, "Why didn't you kill him? They are not weak." Linling said with a sigh. His previous punch was considered his full strength. However, it had only injured Yuquan. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed by him. This also meant that Linling had to use his full strength to defeat a half-step martial god with an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. However, not long ago, he had used the great solar calamity, destroying Bao and the Step of Wisdom. In the short term, it would be difficult for him to use these two moves again. Of course, one of the reasons why Linling did not follow up with another attack was that he did not want to waste time here. They're just passers-by. Don't mind them. Linling followed Xiaolun in front of the cave and smiled casually. However, Xiaolun was extremely touched. She knew that Lord Linling had taken action because of her. In her life, this was the first time she had seen someone willing to stand up for her. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Unfortunately, Linling, who was following behind her, did not see it. Instead, he asked the giant ghost, "What is this fruit?" At present, according to my estimation, it should be the fruit of fate. The giant ghost said, "The fruit of fate is the fate of thousands of lives in the world. With this fruit, it is said that one can meet people they have known for thousands of lives. It can also inexplicably give birth to love and so on." Hearing this, Linling shook his head. A fruit that had been blessed by the gods was really rare. Then wouldn't the owner of the fruit of fortune be blessed? Linling suddenly asked. The giant ghost nodded. That's right. Good fortune is different from luck. Luck can be great or small, but no matter how great your fortune is, that's all there is to it. However, it can be much better than ordinary people. That's why mortals say that those who are blessed are blessed. Therefore, the person who has this fruit will have a better life than ordinary people. Hearing this, Linling pursed his lips. This was because he realized that although these 3 fruits were very magical, they were actually more useful for ordinary people. Of course, with the 3 great fruits, he could also refine the human king's flame. Right now, he was only missing 1 fruit. However, this kind of fruit could only be found by chance. The next fruit seemed simple, but in reality, if he really wanted to find it, he was afraid that there would be a lot of twists and turns. Let's rest here. After that, Linling suddenly suggested in a relatively clean cave. That was because he continuously executed the true inheritance, Dark Sword, and this caused his tacit understanding with his sword to become stronger and stronger. The true inheritance Dark Sword was Li Xiaoyao's sword. It was incomparably powerful. However, after Linling reincarnated, he had not been able to activate the full power of this sword. That was because this body was not Li Xiaoyao's after all. Of course, compared to other people, Linling's mastery of this sword was already very fast. For example, Martial God Qilan had also been studying this sword because this sword could produce a strand of divine power. However, after many years, he had no results. While Linling was temporarily comprehending, on the prairie, a large number of people were riding huge mounts, all of them heading in a certain direction. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops come to meet me. Leader. The person in the lead was riding a fiery bull. His eyes were looking at the vast prairie. This bull was 5 meters tall, and its nostrils were spitting fire. It was extraordinarily mighty. Whoosh! The arrow in his hand shot out, piercing through the clouds. In the sky, red petals bloomed and dyed the prairie sky red. Of course, it was more like blood. As soon as the arrow was shot, the grassland began to tremble. Grass and leaves flew everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the people on the road or the people in the mines, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. There was a hint of madness in their eyes. These people were dressed in all kinds of strange clothes, but they all had one thing in common. That was a piece of red cloth tied to their arms. This was the Red Alliance. The arrow just now was the order to summon the Red Alliance's army. The Red Alliance's order was that those who saw the arrow had to gather as soon as possible. And this arrow also shot towards a certain direction in the sky, dyeing that part of the sky red. However, in the nearby mines, everyone's expression changed greatly. The owners of these mines came from different places. Overall, their strength was not very strong. However, they had to pay protection fees to these huge alliances to have the qualifications to mine. One of the alliances that had to pay protection fees was the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance had a large number of people. They covered more than half of the prairie. Of course, they only dared to act like a tyrant in front of ordinary people. Even so, it was a nightmare for the smaller mines. The Red Alliance is going to clear out the mines. This time, they gathered thousands of troops. It must be the leader's order. I wonder which mine is so unlucky. In the vicinity, there are only 4 Orvanes that don't follow the rules. However, I heard that 2 of the Orvanes have been forced to leave the Guyuan mountain range. One of the Orvanes was completely annihilated, while the other Orvane suddenly got acquainted with a powerful backer at a critical moment. The Red Alliance also gave them face by only charging them a small protection fee and allowing them to mine. The last Orvane is the Godslayer Alliance's Orvane. It must be the Godslayer Alliance. Their leader is very arrogant. Not only did they not pay protection fees, they even occupied the mine and refused to leave. TSK, the Red Alliance even sent out the cloud-piercing arrow. This time, the Red Alliance's patience has reached its limit. The people in the smaller mines were all talking about it. As they were talking, a large number of strong people, either on foot or on their mounts, marched across the prairie. Wherever they passed, the people in the mines did not dare to speak. They even bowed their heads to welcome them. The group of people who walked past had red cloth wrapped around their arms. They were the Red Alliance. This time, the Red Alliance's movement shook the entire area. This was because the Red Alliance had sent out many strong people. Their numbers could be said to cover the entire mountain. This was also the Red Alliance's intention. As the local tyrant, if they wanted to be respected, they had to show a certain level of strength. Chapter 38:25. The Red Alliance had arrived. This was because the Red Alliance had responded to them. This would greatly increase the prestige of their mines. Moreover, through some of the discussions, the people knew that the Red Alliance's target was indeed the Godslayer Alliance. This time, I'm afraid they have sent out a leader. Someone stood at a high vantage point and looked down. Immediately, he spoke solemnly. This was because the members of the Red Alliance were all heading in the same direction. That direction was the Godslayer Alliance. As for the Godslayer Alliance, everyone was puzzled because the sky above them had been dyed red with blood. Some of the miners who believed in evil were even more terrified. They no longer had the heart to mine. As for Xianxia and the other leaders, they were all gathered on the city wall and looking into the distance. What happened? Xianxia frowned and said. She had a bad premonition. Sir, that's the Red Alliance. A miner stammered. Upon hearing this, Dream Flow and the others' expressions immediately changed, but they were also puzzled. What exactly is the Red Alliance doing? However, they soon found out why the Red Alliance was here. This was because the green grass in front of them was wriggling in an orderly manner. However, after a short moment, the endless green grass collapsed. A large number of people began to appear in the distant horizon. They were actually charging towards the Godslayer Alliance in an encirclement. Moreover, as time passed, those people became clearer and clearer. There were more and more of them. It could be said that there was a sea of people. The Red Alliance is attacking us. In the stronghold, everyone's heart was beating wildly, and some of them even turned pale. A piercing cloud arrow. This is the order of the leader of the Red Alliance. Those miners obviously knew more than the Godslayer Alliance. Soon after, they started shouting in panic. Don't panic, don't panic! Meng Lu immediately shouted, but his expression was extremely solemn. The miners finally stopped shouting, but it was clear from their faces that they were still in a state of panic. Meng Lu and the others also looked into the distance and frowned. The Red Alliance had sent out so many people. Were they really going to wipe them all out? Where is Lord Linling? Meng Lu looked at Yeshua and said. Yeshua was the expert guarding the stronghold, so she should know where Linling was. Linling has entered the mine. As for Sakura, he is still in seclusion. Should we inform him? Yishue replied. Meng Lu immediately shook his head. Sakura was in seclusion, and it was obviously not suitable to disturb him at this time. As for Linling, they were also helpless because the mines were connected in all directions. Wanting to find Linling in a short period of time wasn't easy. Now that both of them were gone, it was up to them to block the Red Alliance's attack. After a long while, the experts of the Red Alliance arrived. The mountains were filled with people, and they were not weak at all. Their aura dispersed the clouds in the sky. Red Alliance, Red Alliance, Red Alliance. Soon after, orderly voices rang out, causing the prairie to continue to tremble. This was also their way of pressuring the Godslayer Alliance. To put it bluntly, it was a show of strength, and that was indeed the case. All the miners were trembling, and even some of the newcomers of the Godslayer Alliance were trembling. All right. However, at this time, the leader of the Red Alliance saw that the pressure was about to end, so he finally raised his hand. As soon as this hand gesture was made, the prairie, which had been filled with an imposing aura, suddenly became silent. Xianxia, you say it. The leader, who was riding on the blazing bull, said indifferently, Godslayer Alliance, you don't follow the rules. From the crowd, a man immediately walked out excitedly. He was Xianxia. At this moment, when he saw the Red Alliance, he immediately laughed loudly. His gaze swept across everyone in the Red Alliance with contempt, mixed with a hint of pride. Everyone in the Red Alliance looked at him angrily because everyone guessed that this guy must have exaggerated in front of the Red Alliance. That was why the Red Alliance had sent their army here. Ha ha! Your Godslayer Alliance is doomed today. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. Xianxia, we, the Red Alliance, are reasonable people, so don't be rash. However, the leader next to him said indifferently. He knew that at this moment, in the distant horizon, there must be many people from the mine watching. Therefore, the Red Alliance had to create the illusion that they were just and impartial. The Godslayer Alliance openly provoked the Red Alliance, captured a few people from the Red Alliance, and rode them like dogs. Xianxia didn't dare to disobey and immediately said in a dignified manner, Among these people, one of them is called Young Master Tian. Rode like a dog? Hearing this, many of the Red Alliance's people were unhappy. They had never seen such an arrogant guy in the Red Alliance. Nonsense. Young Master Tian humiliated us first. We're just returning an eye for an eye. However, at this moment, an indignant voice floated out. It was Li Hongwang. I don't care about the conflict between you, but young Master Tian is a member of the Red Alliance. Let me ask you, did you kill them? If not, let them go. The leader immediately said coldly. His strength was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, but his talent was not weak. He had reached the 7th rank. Dream on. Li Hongwang immediately snorted. Young Master Tian was a member of the Godslayer Alliance, and the Red Alliance didn't stand up for him. Now that they were returning an eye for an eye, the Red Alliance thought that the Godslayer Alliance was the one who started the trouble. However, at the side, Meng Lu suddenly said indifferently, Let them go. He could see that the situation was beyond their control. If a conflict broke out, they wouldn't be afraid. However, no one could guarantee that the Godslayer Alliance wouldn't die. Therefore, it would be best if there was no conflict. I, young Master Tian, am free. Godslayer Alliance, I've said it before. If you dare to provoke me, you're dead meat. After a while, a door appeared in the moat. Young Master Tian and a few others swaggered out. Although their faces were bruised, they were undoubtedly arrogant. This was because they knew that the Godslayer Alliance was going to suffer. Young Master Tian and his group are one of the reasons. Secondly, the Godslayer Alliance violated the rules and secretly opened mines. All the mines in the prairie have joined forces to suppress them. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to get out of the Guyuan Mountains. At this time, Xianxia spoke of the Godslayer Alliance's crimes as if they were his family's treasures. This crime was not light. It was tantamount to challenging the rules of the prairie. Therefore, Meng Lu had no choice but to speak. Your Excellency, we didn't secretly hire miners. Lord Lu can testify to this. Haha, I don't know who Lord Lu is. I only know that the Red Alliance didn't know that you hired miners, and you didn't report this to the Red Alliance. Therefore, you have violated the rules. After all, the Red Alliance is protecting the peace of one side, while you reap the benefits. Shouldn't you abide by the rules? Chapter 38:26. The Rules of the Great Prairie. These words infuriated the members of the Godslayer Alliance so much that they started gnashing their teeth. First, if they wanted to hire miners, they only needed to ask for permission from the Mining Workers Union. It had nothing to do with the Red Alliance. Secondly, the Red Alliance would protect the safety of the region. What a joke. When they were mining the ore veins, the Godslayer Alliance had to bear all the dangers they encountered. Not to mention other things. Even the usual guards were taken care of by the Godslayer Alliance. The Red Alliance was obviously using this as an excuse to nitpick. Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji's eyes turned red as they clenched their fists. Finally, Wangu Wuji snapped, "Bullshit!" Boom! As soon as the curses were heard, countless people in the surroundings narrowed their eyes. Their killing intent surged as they all looked at the Godslayer Alliance. That terrifying aura was like a raging storm, crashing into the God-slaying alliance until they were on the verge of collapse. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with the nonsense? Meng Lu could not hold it in any longer. He knew that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble, so no matter how humble they were, it was useless. Looks like you guys are stubborn. However, the leader of the Red Alliance didn't get angry. It was as if he already knew this would happen. He raised his hand high and ordered the experts around him to prepare for the final charge. To be honest, with so many experts charging at them, it would be difficult for the Godslayer Alliance to escape the fate of total annihilation. This also made the mine owners who were watching from afar sigh. Sigh, is the arm harder than the leg? The Godslayer Alliance is too stubborn. The Red Alliance has clearly wronged you. The Godslayer Alliance had no choice but to accept the loss. If they resisted, they would have played right into the Red Alliance's hands. I'm afraid the Red Alliance has taken over the Godslayer Alliance's mind. These people began to discuss animatedly. Wait, but at this moment, two figures slowly walked up the steps on the city wall, and these two people were Lin Ling and Sakura. Upon seeing the two of them, the members of the Godslayer Alliance became excited. It was as if they had seen their backbone arrive. Lin Ling, Old Emperor, Meng Lu, and the others were overjoyed. To be honest, although they were used to big scenes, it would be a lie to say that they did not panic when being surrounded by so many martial progenitors. Fortunately, Lin Ling and the others came out, and Lin Ling had just walked out of the mine when he saw Sakura. After the two of them knew what had happened, they immediately rushed over. However, when the two of them reached the top of the city wall, their expressions changed. Sakura's expression was solemn, knowing that today's confrontation was of great importance. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still relaxed. He was just surprised by the number of people in the Red Alliance. Soon after, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and nodded to him, meaning to let Sakura speak on behalf of the village. Sakura understood and looked at the leader of the Red Alliance. Leader, let's not beat around the bush. So, let's get straight to the point. What do you want to do? Sakura, who gave you the guts to speak to the leader like this? Seeing Sakura directly questioning him, Xianxia also shouted angrily. However, Sakura didn't even bother to look at him. Similarly, the guy called Young Master Tian also pointed at Lin Ling and said angrily, "He's the one who rode me like a dog. The Red Alliance wants to stand up for me." Their voices were filled with murderous intent. However, on top of the city wall, Lin Ling finally sneered and said, "Is the Red Alliance so unruly? This is a negotiation between our two alliances. How can a small soldier speak so rudely? What a joke. If a huge alliance doesn't have rules, how can you talk about the prairie's rules?" It had to be said that this sentence hit the nail on the head. The leader of the Red Alliance waved his hand and stopped Xianxia and the others from speaking. "My name is Chen Kuan. I'll get straight to the point. You must leave this mine. Also, you have violated the prairie's rules. So, your people must leave. Each of you must leave behind 1 billion royal crystals. Whoever doesn't have enough royal crystals will stay here forever. This was blatant extortion. Not only did they rob the Godslayer Alliance's mine, but they also demanded a huge sum of money. Bullshit. Aren't you going to rob them? This time, Sakura couldn't take it anymore. Did the Red Alliance think they were pushovers? That they could do whatever they wanted? This is the consequence of violating the prairie's rules. I can't help you. Chen Kuan was indeed a leader. He didn't get angry. Then, he raised his hand again. In fact, he made a move against the Godslayer Alliance to make an example out of them. He wanted to let those distant minds know that the Red Alliance was the only one who ruled the prairie. Rules? Haha. Are there no other rules on the prairie apart from the path of slaughter? Just as Sakura and the rest were about to flare up, suddenly, Lin Ling also spoke up. This sentence was very calm, but it was like a downpour. It weakened the prairie's murderous intent. The newcomers and miners of the Godslayer Alliance had been feeling uneasy, afraid that a fierce battle would break out. However, when they heard Lin Ling's calm voice, they gradually calmed down. In fact, Lin Ling didn't want the two alliances to fight. He saw that the Red Alliance had too many people. If they really killed them, it would be a catastrophe, and he couldn't guarantee that no one from the Godslayer Alliance would die. When Chen Kuan heard this, he sneered. Just as he was about to start a war, Lin Ling spoke up again. A country has its own laws, a family has its own rules, and the Great Prairie has its own set of laws. According to what you said, we are breaking the rules of the Great Prairie by forcefully opening a mine. However, there are exceptions to everything. If I remember correctly, the Great Prairie has another way to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. That is, the Great Prairie sends out 3 people from each mine. 3 battles, 2 wins, and the final winner stays. Hearing this, the Red Alliance fell silent. Chen Kuan frowned. There was indeed such a rule. Could it be that the Red Alliance doesn't dare to fight? You should know that there are many minds watching. If you force a massacre, you'll be the one violating the prairie's rules. How will you convince the others in the future? Leader Chun, you'd better think about it. Lin Ling spoke again. Chen Kuan was furious. Who was this kid? He was even more difficult to deal with than Sakura. Yes, there is such a rule. Come on, we're not afraid of you. However, Zhun Sanshan suddenly roared. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in the Red Alliance. After he shouted, young Master Tian shouted as well. Then, more and more people in the Red Alliance shouted as well. The prairie has its own set of rules. This is also the rule of men. Do you think the Red Alliance is afraid of you? Come on, let the 3 of you fight. If you win, you can mine the mines. Those disdainful voices rose to the sky. Obviously, they had absolute confidence in the Red Alliance. Chapter 38:27. 2 wins out of 3. On the other hand, Chen Kuan's expression was getting worse and worse. He didn't want things to turn out this way. However, he can back down now. If he forced his way in, others would say that the Red Alliance was bullying the weak. Even though the Red Alliance was powerful, they only had control over a small portion of these mines. All right, the Red Alliance has nothing to fear. Chen Kuan finally shouted coldly, let the 3 of you fight. As long as you win 2 rounds, you can stay. Chief Chun is indeed a straightforward person. Then, swear in the name of the prairie. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Anger. Chen Kuan didn't expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with the rules of the Great Prairie. He had him completely under his control. How would he know that after Lin Ling arrived, he kept asking Sakura and Lu Fabing, so he naturally knew about this rule. Next, the 2 alliances swore blood oaths and sent out their strongest experts to fight. There were elders who burned sandalwood incense, offering sacrifices to heaven and earth. This was to worship the ancient Origin Mountain Range's deity, using this as a form of justice. In the Guyuan Mountain Range, not only did the miners believe in these things, even many martial artists believed in them. Of course, most of them were the weak. The strong didn't believe in anything. After the 3 incense sticks burned, the war between the 2 alliances began. Each side sent out 3 people. Furthermore, this was a battle between men, so outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Furthermore, if they were killed during the battle, they would be killed regardless of whether they lived or died, unless they admitted defeat. Lin Ling, the Red Alliance is very powerful. We cannot lose this battle. On the city wall, Xianxia and the other leaders began to discuss with grave expressions. Who would be sent out for the 3 matches was extremely crucial. Hee, is there anyone among you? You're all useless. You're all dead meat. Seeing that the Godslayer Alliance was nervously discussing the matter, the Guardian of the 3 Mountains immediately clamored proudly. However, the members of the Godslayer Alliance didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, they looked at the leaders. Don't worry, we'll definitely win these 3 matches. Lin Ling looked at Yi Shui and the others and suddenly smiled. Yi Shui and the others were stunned. The leaders of the Red Alliance were extremely powerful and came from the final world. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? However, Lin Ling didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Sakura with a smile. Sakura was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he wasn't too confident in himself, but he still nodded in the end. First battle, Ancient Wuji. A moment later, the God Extermination Alliance sent out Wangu Wuji. The Red Alliance sent out a master from the final world. Their cultivation bases were similar, and their talents were also similar. However, it was clear that the ancestor power of the expert from the final world was stronger, reaching as much as 60%. After 100 exchanges, Wangu Wuji finally lost. You still have one more chance. As soon as Wangu Wuji was defeated, the entire Great Plains erupted into cheers. Jin Sanshan and young Master Tian even danced with joy. Even Chen Kuan nodded his head. It seemed like he had overestimated the God Extermination Alliance. They weren't strong enough to defeat them. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I lost. When Wangu Wuji came back, his face was extremely ugly. It's not your fault. That expert isn't weak. He can fight with a half-step martial god. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled and took out a treasure for Wangu Wuji to heal him. God Extermination Alliance, you won't go back on your words when you lose, right? At that moment, Chen Kuan said, you were the one who proposed the challenge. You should know that if you go back on your words, you'll be committing a heinous crime. Moreover, you'll be provoking the Mine God and will be killed by all the miners. Don't worry, I'm willing to accept my loss. However, we still have one more match before we lose. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. He was incomparably calm, causing Chen Kuan to frown. Even at this moment, that brat was still so confident. Chen Kuan was also puzzled. That kid looks unfamiliar, but even Sakura listens to him. How strange. Boss, don't be afraid of him. We fought with him before. He's only a middle-stage martial ancestor. Young Master Tian flattered Chen Kuan with a smile. Lil Tian, you won my heart. Good, this information is good. I'll reward you when we get back. Chen Kuan was in a good mood when he heard this. He then asked another expert from the Red Alliance to fight. He looked at the God Extermination Alliance in disdain and said, it's the second match. Who are you going to send? Are you trying to stall for time? God Extermination Alliance, send someone up. After he said that, countless people in the prairie shouted. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you waiting to lose? However, Lin Ling said calmly. For some reason, the people from the Red Alliance felt suffocated because the young man was too calm. There was no fear at all. Lin Ling, we still have one match left. You're not as good as us. At this moment, Yeshua looked at Lin Ling and said. However, Lin Ling shook his head. The God Extermination Alliance had sent someone out for the first match. The second match was the Red Alliance's turn. Therefore, Lin Ling looked at the expert from the mountain fortress. This person was also a peak martial ancestor. His talent was rank 6, and he was not young. He must be a veteran expert. To be honest, the Red Alliance was full of experts. Any random expert was stronger than the God Extermination Alliance. Moreover, this was only one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. It did not include the entire Red Alliance. There are 3 matches. Each person can only fight 1 match. Therefore, I won't fight. Meng Lu, you fight. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Meng Lu. Me? Meng Lu was shocked. This was a crucial match. Logically speaking, Lin Ling should be the one to fight because Lin Ling was stronger than him. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling didn't fight, it would still be Sakura. Go. Lin Ling said confidently, that guy is weaker than you. If you lose, you can go back to the Tomb Guardian clan. You'll only be a disgrace if you come back. Fuck, Lin Ling, don't look down on me. Just wait, I'll win. Meng Lu shouted angrily and jumped down. Seeing Meng Lu fight, Wangu Wuji said sadly, Lin Ling, I've lost face for you. This has nothing to do with you. The main thing is that in the first battle, they roughly guessed your strength, so they sent their strongest martial artist to fight. That old man is even stronger than Meng Lu by a bit. And in the second battle, they sent out their first person. In addition, the old man from before can no longer fight, so Meng Lu can win. Lin Ling comforted Wangu Wuji. Wangu Wuji nodded heavily. To be honest, Meng Lu had won the first match, but he had not. He could not bring himself to lose face. However, this thought no longer existed. Defeat him. Defeat him. Yin Feng, come on, come on, come on. Chapter 38:28. The Battle of Leaders. Looking at the Godslayer Alliance, although they were also cheering, they could not compare to the other side in terms of numbers. When Chen Kuan saw this scene, he was undoubtedly very happy. Boss, after they lose, each person will have to pay 1 billion royal crystals, and the mine will be kept. The Red Alliance will make a fortune. Zhen Sanshan immediately began to flatter Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan was even more delighted. Don't worry, you will all be rewarded when we return. Boss is mighty. Zhen Sanshan howled to the sky and laughed at young Master Tian. I think the second battle will end in half an hour. The Godslayer Alliance will be defeated within 100 moves. Not just half an hour. I think it won't even take 50 moves. If I lose, I will drink horse piss on the spot, and I will drink 3 horses. Young Master Tian howled to the sky, but before he could finish his words, rumble. In front of the stronghold, there was a rumble. Then a figure stood quietly on the ground, motionless. Upon closer inspection, he was actually dead. His soul had been destroyed. The Godslayer Alliance has won the second battle. On the other side, Meng Lu laughed excitedly. The Red Alliance members were so angry that their faces darkened. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. The second person was definitely not Meng Lu's match. What? Lost. Zhen Sanshan and young Master Tian were both dumbfounded. Young Master Tian almost slapped himself. He had said that he would drink horse piss if he lost. He hoped that no one had heard him. What kind of despicable method did he use? Poison? Or did someone secretly help him? Chen Kuan was furious. He jumped up from the Mad Bull and unleashed his 7th grade talent. Then he grabbed at Meng Lu with his big hand. Obviously, things had gone beyond his imagination. He was very unhappy. If you attack, you will be violating the rules. That means the Red Alliance has lost. However, on the city wall, Lin Ling, with his hands behind his back, said slowly, sigh, the Red Alliance can't afford to lose? This sentence immediately intimidated Chen Kuan so much that he no longer dared to attack. He forcefully landed on the ground, his face ashen. As for the people of the prairie, they were no longer as arrogant as before. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. This week, Godslayer Alliance had actually won a match. This obviously made them feel very humiliated. Let your people fight the third battle. Chen Kuan suppressed his anger and bellowed. The third battle was undoubtedly the most crucial battle. Not only the Godslayer Alliance, but even the Red Alliance had quieted down. If they lost, it would be a great humiliation. Lin Ling, it's your turn now. On the city walls, everyone was looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was slightly stronger than Dreamflow, so it was very suitable for him to lead the final battle. However, Lin Ling still shook his head as he looked at Sakura. Big brother, This battle, I'll leave it to you. Sakura opened his mouth wide. Dreamflow and the others were the same. They were even a little dumbfounded. This was because the final battle was no joke. If they lost, they would suffer a great loss. Furthermore, they could not go back on their word because this was a battle that they had sworn to fight on the prairie. Therefore, in such a crucial battle, even the final battle, Lin Ling was still not going to fight. I believe you can do it. Although you might still be a little confused about yourself, you have to know that you are no longer the same person as before. However, Lin Ling continued to smile at Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and finally nodded his head heavily. I'll fight this battle. He leaped down and attracted countless gazes. Sakura, peak martial ancestor, a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. He is also the leader of the mountain stronghold. He is finally going to fight. This is a battle of life and death. If he loses, the Godslayer Alliance will be in trouble. Far away in the prairie, more and more people from the mineral veins gathered to watch this earth-shattering battle. Since the leader is going to fight, I won't hold back in this battle. When it was time for the Red Alliance to fight, a sinister voice finally sounded. Chun Kuan was going to fight. When his voice drifted out, the prairie fell silent. Then loud cheers rang out. Chun Kuan, one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. To be able to become a leader, his strength was unquestionable. No one had expected him to be the strongest in the third battle. The Godslayer Alliance has lost. Seeing this, the people from the mineral veins sighed. As for the people from the Godslayer Alliance, their faces were ashen. This was because Sakura had fought with Chun Kuan before. However, he had been defeated by Chun Kuan. Otherwise, with Sakura's character, he would not have allowed the Red Alliance to defecate on him. Therefore, they knew that they had lost this battle. Lin Ling, Yi Shui, and the rest looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they only sighed. In front of the stronghold, Chun Kuan drifted down. He tilted his head and looked at Sakura calmly. Speaking of which, I think I've fought with you before. However, I'm not too sure. After all, I've defeated too many people in my life. Therefore, I hope it's just my imagination. Boss, you've indeed defeated Sakura. You even trampled him under your feet. Zhang Senshan suddenly let out a loud roar, and then laughed out loud. Seeing this, the people from the Red Alliance also laughed. Their laughter echoed in the prairie. Cut the crap. Let's fight. However, Sakura was not affected at all. A long halberd appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Chun Kuan. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Chun Kuan did not waste any time and immediately attacked. The strength of the peak martial ancestor realm exploded. It was this strength that had beaten Sakura to the ground. Now, history was repeating itself. 3 moves, Meng Lu and the rest's faces dimmed. It was as if they were witnessing history repeating itself. Yi Shui ordered her men to pack up and prepare to pay. Don't worry, Big Brother will win. However, Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he spoke calmly. His words caused Meng Lu and the rest to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was that confident? They could not help but look down at the stronghold. Originally, they did not want to see Sakura's miserable state, so they were looking at Lin Ling. However, they could only endure the pain and look. Bang, bang, bang. However, the result was that Sakura's momentum was heavy and his attacks were ferocious. He forced Chun Kuan to retreat. Moreover, a terrifying aura burst out, as if it was an evil spirit from the underworld. Black bones, black to the point of blinding. His fist and halberd carried a terrifying aura of destruction. 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Chun Kuan was no longer as confident as before. He spat out blood as he retreated. His subordinates widened their eyes. Chun Kuan, it's time to settle our grudges. Sakura shouted coldly. He was elated. That was because he had come out of seclusion. More importantly, Lin Ling had greatly increased his strength. Chapter 38-29. The Godslayer Alliance won. Enough. But this time, Chun Kuan finally erupted with terrifying boundary essence. Half-step to martial god realm. In the past, the Sakura was not worthy enough for him to unleash his full strength. That was why the Godslayer Alliance thought that Chun Kuan was just a half-step martial god. Leader is mighty, leader is mighty. In the blink of an eye, the previously lifeless Red Alliance had once again overturned the grassland and roared into the sky. Rumble. Behind Chun Kuan, a mad bull appeared. It was as big as a mine, causing Chun Kuan's aura to become wild and unruly. Meng Lu and the others turned pale when they saw Chun Kuan's aura. Chun Kuan is a half-step martial god. Damn it. They were certain that no one in the Godslayer Alliance was a match for Chun Kuan. The show is just about to begin. Big brother, you've protected them for so many years. Now it's time for you to show them what a leader is. However, among the crowd, not only was Lin Ling not worried, he instead spoke word by word, because he had already seen through Sakura's strength, and even saw through Chun Kuan's strength. To be honest, Chun Kuan was like an ant to him. That was why he didn't have the qualifications to let Lin Ling fight. Are you the only one who has reached the half-step martial god realm? Sure enough, Indra also erupted with a terrifying aura, shaking the entire mine. Behind him, a gigantic black-boned, evil spirit appeared, and on those bones, there was a line of golden flames. This was the result of the burning of a human king's flame. It was as if he had been reborn. Boom! With a single step, he battled the heavens and the earth. He was invincible. What? Are you also a half-step martial god? Chun Kuan was stunned. Then he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, at this moment, an ancient giant arrived. Rolling fists mixed with the storm of the underworld suppressed him. Now that things had come to this, Chun Kuan no longer held back. He also erupted with his boundary essence, talent, and even ancestral power to resist Sakura's fist. Rumble. In just an instant, the two of them fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The entire prairie was dead silent. No one had expected that the leader of the Godslayer Alliance's mountain stronghold would be so powerful. Pop! Pop! In the next moment, Chun Kuan was blasted away and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The blazing bull behind him also dimmed a lot. After he got up, he roared in disbelief. Why is it like this? You and I have the same talent, the same cultivation realm, and my ancestral power has reached 70%. Why am I not your match? Too much nonsense. However, Sakura didn't care about these at all and poured out his storm-like attacks. Only he knew the reason. It was precisely the flame of the human king. Having experienced the tempering of the human king's flames, the hardness of the evil ghost's bones had long exceeded one's imagination. It was not an ordinary 7th grade, ultimate desolate body, and he was already this strong, so this made him have a feeling that his second brother, Lin Ling, was probably even stronger than him. The thought of defeating a half-step martial god when he was only a middle-stage martial ancestor was terrifying. Bang! The battle lasted for half an hour, and in the end, everyone could only see with their mouths wide open that Sakura was stepping on Chun Kuan's back, and Leader Chun Kuan was in a sorry state like a dog. Leader, we've lost. Yes, we've lost. I even suspect that my eyes are playing tricks on me. However, why has Leader Chun Kuan been beaten into a dog? In the silence, only Zhun Sanshan and the rest's incredulous voices could be heard. As for the Red Alliance, their faces were gloomy and their morale had plummeted. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the Godslayer Alliance had used the prairie's rules to defeat them. Therefore, what else could they say? If they didn't admit their loss and planned to use their numbers to defeat the Godslayer Alliance, it wasn't impossible. However, this would tarnish their reputation. In the future, the other minds wouldn't trust them. I admit defeat. At this moment, Chun Kuan's voice was finally heard, and it was filled with humiliation. Hearing this, the Red Alliance's elites immediately let out a long sigh. The truth had finally come to light. Now, they had no choice but to accept their loss. Ha! Sakura roared towards the sky like a giant. All the grievances he had suffered in guarding the mines for the past few years were all vented out. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the arrogant and unruly Sakura of the past. Seeing this, Lin Ling also laughed for his elder brother. This was his real elder brother. Red Alliance, scram. Sakura roared and turned to leave. However, following his footsteps, the ground was filled with blood. This was because he wasn't completely unscathed. In fact, he was seriously injured. However, all this didn't matter because he had won. He won. Well done, Red Alliance. They've started this. In the future, if we don't accept the Red Alliance, we can also use the Prairie's rules against them. Seeing Sakura's great victory, the leaders of the mines in the distance were all excited. Although they seemed to obey the Red Alliance, it was only on the surface. After all, no one wanted their hard-earned money to be swallowed by the Red Alliance. Go to hell. However, at this moment, Chun Kuan suddenly exploded. He had violated the rules of the battle. In his hands, a sharp horn suddenly appeared. There was a flame burning on the tip of the bull horn, making it look extremely extraordinary. Then, he charged towards Sakura at the speed of 800 kilometers. If an ordinary half-step to martial god was hit by his attack, he would die on the spot. As soon as he moved, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance saw it. Meng Lu and the others immediately shouted, "Old Emperor, be careful." As soon as this voice fell, Sakura also noticed the change behind him. There seemed to be a world behind him, a kind of berserk world. He immediately reacted, but he was seriously injured. Moreover, his hasty resistance was of no use at all. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. A sword gently slashed out. Rumble. This sword seemed ordinary, but it was mixed with a terrifying power. It actually blocked Chun Kuan's horns, forming a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Everyone looked at the person who had suddenly appeared. Then all of them gasped. That was because it was Lin Ling. "It's you." Even Chun Kuan could not believe it. He had thought that Lin Ling was a strategist who was in charge of strategizing for the God-Slayer Alliance. He had not expected this young man to be so powerful. His desperate attack was able to kill a half-martial God Realm cultivator. Lin Ling's sword seemed to have blocked the two horns. At this moment, he placed his other hand behind his back and said with a faint smile, "The Red Alliance has lost. According to the rules, you still attacked. This is against the Prairie's rules. You should know that my brother could have killed you before, but he did not want to violate the Prairie's rules. That's why he spared your life." Hearing this, Chun Kuan's eyes narrowed. Previously, he had lost so much that he couldn't wait to kill Di Shirtian. However, he had forgotten that this occasion was obviously not suitable because not only was the Red Alliance watching this battle, there were also countless people from the mines watching. Chapter 38:30. Lone Eagle. There's no need to explain. Any explanation is just a cover-up. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his eyes had turned icy cold. He knew that the fatal attack from before had contained 70% of his ancestral power. If he hadn't been there, no one in the God-Slaying Alliance would have been able to block it. This meant that his big brother would have died without a doubt. Daring to ambush the people who tried to assassinate his elder brother. This was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Are you going to be torn apart by 5 horses, have your head blown up by a sword, or be crushed by my foot? I'll give you a chance to choose. Yes. Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the Grim Reaper of the prairie. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Chun Kuan raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. He could vaguely sense that Lin Ling wasn't weak. In addition, he was seriously injured. Therefore, he couldn't rely on himself. He needed someone else's help. Slap! At this moment, Lin Ling gently retracted his sword and patted Chun Kuan's cheek. Have you made your choice? Do you know who you're attacking? Chun Kuan's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head and retracted his sword. Next, he swung his palm. I know who I'm attacking. If I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. Slap! This slap carried a terrifying force and sent Chun Kuan flying as if he was swept away by a gust of wind. You're courting death. Chun Kuan quickly stood up, but his face was in a sorry state. His nose was broken and half his face was swollen. Blood kept flowing out his mouth, and some of his teeth were even spat out. This made everyone's pupils tremble. This was one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. Of course, as he roared furiously. He was also surprised in his heart, because he was actually unable to raise the slightest strength to resist the slap from before. Men, kill everyone from the Godslayer Alliance. Kill them all. Then, Chun Kuan roared hysterically. However, Lin Ling was already in front of him. He raised his arm and slapped down from above. Rumble. Chun Kuan was smashed to the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing that momentum, everyone's faces turned pale. They could feel how terrifying the power was. We defeated you according to the rules of the Great Prairie. Now that you've lost, you won't go back on your words. Do you think you can convince others? If the prairie really allows you to do whatever you want, I think you won't be able to continue mining. You will definitely be punished by God, Lin Ling said faintly. His voice was calm, but made the restless people gradually calm down. They looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't dare to make a move. After all, the Godslayer Alliance had defeated the Red Alliance fair and square. They had also sworn an oath in the name of the Great Prairie. If the Red Alliance went back on their word, the Great Prairie would no longer tolerate them. If they wanted to continue mining, there would be a lot of twists and turns. This was especially true for the miners. They believed in heresy and attached great importance to these legends. Go. Kill. What are you standing there for? When Zhun Sanshan saw that his leader was being humiliated, he immediately shouted angrily, "Guard the 3 mountains. This is the rule of the entire prairie." However, an old man frowned and said, "Yes, the Great Prairie will no longer tolerate those who break the rules." The others nodded. Although they were from the same alliance, there were too many people and they weren't united. Now that it concerned the rules of the Great Prairie, they didn't dare to act recklessly. You bunch of trash. You usually flatter people when you have nothing to do, but when there's a problem, you're all acting like cowards. Seeing that no one dared to move, Chun Kuan was so angry that his teeth fell out. Hearing this, the people of the Red Alliance hesitated. They wanted to attack a few times, but in the end, they didn't dare to. In the distance, the people from the various mines were also discussing. Their words were all about the Great Prairie's rules, which made the people of the Red Alliance even more fearful. "Kid, you're quite strong, but the Red Alliance isn't that simple. I've already notified my second uncle. He's much stronger than you. No matter what the Great Prairie's rules are, in front of absolute power, everything is useless." On the ground, Chun Kuan suddenly said sinisterly. Since his subordinates weren't reliable, then it was up to his second uncle. His second uncle was also one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. His position and status were even higher than his. It was because of his second uncle's support that he was able to stand firm in the Red Alliance. Hearing this, the faces of the people of the Red Alliance changed greatly. Even the eyes of the people from the various mines trembled. Chun Kuan's second uncle was quite famous in the Great Prairie. His name was Heavenly Lone Eagle. He was greedy and cruel. Those who opposed him had already become the yellow soil of the Great Prairie. It was said that he came from the final world. Because he killed the son of a duke, he hid in the Guyuan Mountains. He hid there for 1,000 years until he finally stood firm in the Great Prairie. You're the leader of the Red Alliance? However, Lin Ling shook his head. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. I thought you were a hero, but it turns out that you're just a lowly hooligan. You can't win, so you ask your seniors to help you. You're really a disgrace to the Red Alliance. Your subordinates are much more courageous than you. You nonsense. Lin Ling's words were like a sword that humiliated Chun Kuan's heart. His prestige was greatly reduced. Bang! However, Lin Ling stepped on his face and stomped him back to the ground. He even rubbed his face fiercely. You stray dog, you don't need to talk nonsense. I'm doing things according to the rules of the Great Prairie. So, even if the leader of the Red Alliance came, I wouldn't be afraid. Hearing Lin Ling's words and being stepped on by Lin Ling, Chun Kuan felt even more humiliated. As one of the leaders of the Red Alliance, his face was stepped on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? This was a great humiliation. Looking at the people of the Red Alliance, they were all clenching their fists. They were angry at Lin Ling's arrogance. However, they still didn't dare to act rashly. He's dead. That's right. If Heavenly Lone Eagle comes, the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance won't be able to fight against him. Although Sakura is also a half-step to martial god, Heavenly Lone Eagle is said to be invincible among half-step to martial gods. Some people couldn't help but speak with resentment. This was a battle between the leaders of the two alliances. Naturally, they were not qualified to participate. Moreover, this matter had escalated into a battle between the Red Alliance and the God-Slayer Alliance. The 18 leaders of the Red Alliance wouldn't let this matter rest. Heavenly Lone Eagle? Meng Lu and the others frowned. They didn't expect that the despicable Chen Kuan would refuse to admit his loss, causing this matter to escalate. Although they hadn't seen Heavenly Lone Eagle before, they could roughly guess his strength. Sakura was the most powerful one, but he was also severely injured. If that expert came, how could the God-Slayer Alliance stop him? Isn't there still Lin Ling? Yi Shui suddenly said as she looked at the people in the stronghold. Chapter 38-31. Lu Fabing was here. In their opinion, Lin Ling was stronger than them, but he shouldn't be stronger than Sakura. After all, even though Lin Ling was stepping on Chen Kuan, that was because the latter was already injured. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Sakura's, with this strength, they still didn't think that he was Lone Eagle's opponent. Crash! Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a loud eagle cry suddenly sounded from afar, shocking the entire prairie. Everyone cast their gazes over and saw a gigantic ancient eagle flying over from the horizon. This ancient eagle was so big that it blotted out the sun and moon as if it was scouting its own territory. Thinking about it, in a vast grassland, eagles were flying in the sky. Then, what are the eagles doing other than scouting the territory? Heavenly Lone Eagle is here. Someone couldn't help but solemnly speak, especially the people from the mines. They were even more alarmed. Lone Eagle, one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. After that, many people looked at the God-Slayer Alliance, knowing that they would not be able to escape this calamity. No matter how strong the members of the God-Slayer Alliance were, how could they be a match for Lone Eagle? Even in this part of the sky, Lone Eagle could be considered a godlike existence. A strong gust of wind whistled over and gradually approached. It blew all the grass in the grassland and blocked the blazing sun in the sky. In the end, a silhouette slowly floated down from the back of an enormous ancient eagle. It was soundless and without ripples, but it gave off an even greater pressure. After the ancient eagle put down the person, it flew away in a grandiose manner. However, in front of the stronghold, a middle-aged man was already standing there. This man was clad in green robes and was somewhat skinny. However, his nose was very sharp and his face was very fleshy. From this, one could tell that this person was also an unkind person. His hands were clasped behind his back as he gloomily glanced at the God-Slaying Alliance before his gaze finally landed on Lin Ling. Are you the ones who touched my nephew? Release him immediately. The voice floated out of his mouth. What was surprising was that it wasn't loud, but rather calm. But it was precisely because of this that people felt terrified. Many people could sense a gloomy coldness from this person. Although his aura was restrained, it was obvious that he was several times stronger than Chen Kuan. For a moment, everyone immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know how Lin Ling would deal with such a huge monster. However, Lin Ling smiled, raised his foot high, and suddenly stomped down hard. Boom! Under his feet, Chen Kuan turned into minced meat. He didn't even have time to scream. The prairie instantly fell silent. Everyone's pupils violently trembled. Could it be that this Lin Ling was doing this on purpose? After all, Chen Kuan was still alive before Lone Eagle showed up. However, as soon as Lone Eagle showed up, Lin Ling stomped Chen Kuan to death in front of him. Moreover, this was trampling to death. Beating you to death is better than trampling you to death. The Lone Eagle did not expect Lin Ling to make such a move. At this moment, his previous cold and sinister aura disappeared in an instant, replaced by a ferocious and terrifying expression. Little bastard, you dare to kill my nephew? He roared, his voice sharp to the extreme. Didn't you see it? Do you want me to answer you again? Lin Ling also raised his head and retorted, Your nephew violated the prairie's rules. What's the point of him being alive? As for you, if you dare to attack him, you'll also violate the prairie's rules. You'll definitely die. As Lin Ling's last words drifted out, a cold, murderous aura filled the air. This caused Lone Eagle in the sky to be stunned, and he became even more furious. He hadn't even done anything, but that brat had already gained the upper hand. Subsequently, the Lone Eagle was so angry that he let out a loud and ear-piercing laugh. Very good, very good. I'm a half-step to martial god. I like to see how you're qualified to kill me. Now that his nephew was dead, he was not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to slowly torture Lin Ling and even kill everyone in the Godslayer Alliance in front of the Red Alliance. This was because he wanted to establish his dominance again. Lone Eagle, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of retribution? However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. It did not come from Lin Ling. Instead, it seemed to have come from afar. Who the fuck do you think you are? Come out. The Lone Eagle immediately shouted angrily. He saw a figure rapidly approaching from afar. The Lone Eagle wanted to curse again, but his eyes instantly narrowed. Lu Fabing. The person who had just arrived was Lu Fabing, one of the leaders of the Mining Alliance. Although his status in the prairie was not very high, it was not to be underestimated in the eyes of these small alliances. This was because he controlled many miners. Offending him was equivalent to offending the miners. He could easily make things difficult for you. This time, the Red Alliance members were shocked. Then, they suddenly wondered if the Godslayer Alliance was so arrogant because they had Lu Fabing's support. Lu Fabing, this is a matter between the Red Alliance and the Godslayer Alliance. I hope you won't interfere. Moreover, I know that you urgently need the All-Spirit Water. Fortunately, I obtained a bottle not long ago. Lu Fabing could not be easily offended, so the Lone Eagle had to give him some face. Moreover, he did not believe that the Red Alliance could not compare to the Godslayer Alliance. Therefore, as long as the Godslayer Alliance was willing to pay, the Red Alliance would pay 10 times more. This was also why he dragged out his words when he mentioned the All-Spirit Water. He knew that this treasure was enough to tempt Lu Fabing. I can even give you 3 drops. Finally, the Lone Eagle said calmly. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and waited for Lu Fabing's shocked voice. However, before Lu Fabing could speak, many people from the Red Alliance gasped. This was because they had all heard of the All-Spirit Water. They had heard that it came from the demonic forest and was very difficult to obtain. Get lost. Only 3 drops? Do you think I'm a beggar? However, Lu Fabing also spoke. His voice was filled with disdain. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch Master Lin today, I'll be the first to attack you. What? Everyone from the Red Alliance opened their mouths wide. The Lone Eagle was even more disgusted. He was like a housefly. Was it because Lu Fabing called that kid master? Was it because Lu Fabing despised his 3 drops of all-spirit water instead of kneeling down and thanking him? One had to know that a mere 3 drops was not something that could be bought with countless royal crystals. Do you know what 3 drops of all-spirit water represent? The Lone Eagle pointed at Lu Fabing as if to ask him if he was stupid. Cut the crap. I'll make it clear today. I'll support the Godslayer Alliance. Lu Fabing did not waste any more words. His attitude was firm. What did 3 drops of all-spirit water represent? What a joke. Master Lin Ling had given him a bottle. That old ghost had given him 3 drops as if it was a gift to him. He was too lazy to mock him. Fine, fine, fine. It seems like you're bent on going against me. Forget it. At worst, I won't recognize you as a friend. In my life, if you're not a friend, you'll be my enemy. You'll regret becoming my enemy. Chapter 38-32. Bribe. Given his strength, he had the confidence to do so. It seems like Firmament Eagle is about to break. However, the Godslayer Alliance can't stop Firmament Eagle with just Lu Fabing alone. Many people felt the same way. They knew that although they were all half-step to martial gods, there were differences in strength. Firmament Eagle was one of the best. Who else wants to help? Come out. Help! Firmament Eagle stepped out as if he wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. The surging aura also came crashing down like an avalanche, causing an expert like Lu Fabing's expression to change slightly. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly leaped down from the stronghold and charged toward Firmament Eagle like a cannonball. In midair, a claw viciously swiped out. There was no talent or ancestors' power. It was just an ordinary claw. However, it carried the tyrannical aura of an evil spirit. Rumble. Firmament Eagle snorted and threw out a punch. His ancestors' power had reached 80%, and his realm essence was vast. He wanted to kill the expert who had suddenly appeared. However, after the collision, his expression changed drastically. His opponent gave him the feeling that he was like a towering mountain that could not be broken. On the contrary, he flew backward, and his feet rubbed against the ground for a few hundred meters. Are you a martial god? Then he roared. His voice was sharp, and it was filled with disbelief. At that moment, everyone's hearts exploded. There was a martial god in the Godslayer Alliance? Gosh, where did the Godslayer Alliance get their confidence from? They actually had such a powerful backer. Even Sakura and the others were rubbing their eyes fiercely because they had actually seen that expert before. That tall expert had actually been following behind Lin Ling, but he was wearing a large cloak and didn't speak. So, they didn't ask too much. But now, he was actually a martial god realm expert. We've been hiding a great Buddha here. Meng Lu was so shocked that he stuttered. Yeah, I thought he was a block of wood. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yishui also said in fear, Haha, my second brother is still the best. He actually managed to invite a martial god senior. However, we have neglected him during these past few days. Second brother is really too much. He actually didn't tell us about that senior's strength. Otherwise, we would have treated him with respect. Sakura first laughed out loud, then said worriedly, for the past few days, they hadn't paid any attention to the strong cultivator. If the strong cultivator was a little stingy, he might suddenly turn around and help the Red Alliance. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this, and it was Lin Ling's fault, because Lin Ling actually didn't tell them that it was a senior at the martial god realm. Unfortunately, they did not know that it was a platinum evil spirit. If Lin Ling told it to go east, it would definitely not dare to go west. The martial god realm expert is doomed. Without a doubt, it was the Red Alliance's turn to panic. Even Lone Eagle felt that something was wrong. He was no match for the martial god realm expert at all. Moreover, there was Lu Fabing on the other side. Suddenly, he shouted, Senior, I am one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. If you're willing to help me, I am willing to give you 500 billion royal crystals. 500 billion royal crystals was a huge sum. It could be said that it was the entire harvest of the 5 mines. Therefore, after calling out the price, Lone Eagle noticed that the tall powerhouse paused for a moment. This made Lone Eagle's eyes light up with anticipation. The world was full of people who worked for profit. If Senior is not satisfied, I will give you 800 billion. Then, Blue Sky Eagle shouted again. However, to his surprise, after the strong cultivator paused for a moment, he did not respond. Instead, he walked towards him. 1 trillion, Lone Eagle finally said. He had to endure the pain. 1 trillion. He would have to spend a lot of money. However, if he could tempt the strong cultivator, it would be worth it. This time, the people of the Godslayer Alliance panicked. They were afraid that the strong cultivator would suddenly betray them. Thus, they all looked at Lin Ling. However, they found that Lin Ling was drinking. He did not ask him to stay and did not care. Damn, second brother is so arrogant. He did not even ask him to stay. Sakura was speechless. However, in his eyes, the strong cultivator was still walking forward, as if he did not care at all. 3 trillion. Seeing this, Heavenly Lone Eagle raised the price by another point. This was already his entire fortune. He did not believe that this amount of money could not tempt the martial god realm expert. However, it finally worked. The strong cultivator finally stopped in front of him. He seemed to be tempted. Senior, not only will I give you 3 trillion, I will also give you all the mines under my name. Lone Eagle struck while the iron was hot. Then, he saw that the strong cultivator in front of him did not move. This made him laugh. He had finally succeeded. This meant that he had a friend in the martial god realm, not to mention one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. He might even be able to unify the entire Red Alliance. Lone Eagle was so excited that he almost roared at the sky. "What's your name?" Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. This surprised Lin Ling. That guy was still in the mood to ask for his name? "My name is Lin Ling." Lin Ling did not hide anything. "Lin Ling, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much." Lone Eagle put his hands behind his back and said calmly. This made Lin Ling even more confused. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to unify the Red Alliance. And thank you for giving me a friend in a martial god realm." "Ha ha. Lin Ling boy, you are still too naive. You don't know that everything in the world is for profit. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. What you can give, I can give him 10 times more. Sometimes, even enemies can become friends." Lone Eagle said word by word. It was as if he had turned the tables and turned defeat into victory. Sakura and the others obviously understood what he meant. Their faces turned pale. Although they wanted to stop all of this from happening, they did not have that much money at the end of the day. Moreover, if the strong cultivator was Lin Ling's family or friend, money might not be able to move him. However, Sakura knew that the strong cultivator was obviously not. "Are you that confident?" At this time, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He understood why Lone Eagle was so excited. "You haven't been to the final world, right? You don't know that in that world, unless you have the strength to dominate everything, you still have to rely on your background and connections. What do you rely on for your background and connections? That is profit." "Ha ha ha, you are too naive." Lone Eagle lectured Lin Ling with the attitude of an experienced person. The more he spoke, the happier he became. "Is that so? Then let him try to kill me." Lin Ling suddenly laughed. "That's what I meant." Chapter 38-33. Strength represented everything. However, the Platinum Evil Spirit did not answer. Instead, the smiling face under the cloak was drooling. Drooling? Lone Eagle's spirits were lifted. Could it be that this senior had agreed? "I'll give you 50 mineral veins." He finally roared and struck while the iron was hot. However, there was more and more saliva on the ground, but the expert didn't move at all. This made Lone Eagle a little confused. Speaking of which, because the strength of martial god realm experts was extremely high, most of them had eccentric personalities. However, this expert was too eccentric. He didn't feel like a respectable old monster, but more like an idiot, because you should at least reply. Even if you put on an act, it's still better than drooling. There's no need to guess. It's really an idiot. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to have guessed Lone Eagle's thoughts and slowly said, causing Lone Eagle's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling continued, "Because it doesn't have a mind of its own, and more importantly, it's more like a puppet." "What?" Lone Eagle's eyes almost fell to the ground. He actually talked to a puppet for half a day. It was like playing the lute to a cow. He wanted to laugh coldly and say that Lin Ling was lying to him, because a martial god realm puppet was impossible. He had been practicing martial arts for many years, but he had never seen such a powerful puppet. "You should have been to the final world, right? You don't know that anything is possible in that world. Alas, you're still too inexperienced. Fine, I'll let you see its true appearance." Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. With a thought, the Platinum Evil Spirit slowly took off its cloak, revealing a pale face. However, that face was filled with a strange smile. It was a smile that made one's scalp tingle. In its huge mouth, there were a few sparse teeth, and a large amount of saliva flowed out. "Fuck, what the hell is this?" Lone Eagle was startled, but his pupils constricted because he could also see that this guy did not seem to have any intelligence. This meant that his previous words were indeed playing the lute to a cow. To think that he was so excited, thinking that he had found a powerful backer. Besides, it's also a glutton. Lin Ling spoke again, after saying that the golden white evil spirit finally made its move. It made a strange sound. "Eat, eat, eat." Then he pounced on Firmament Eagle with lightning speed. He grabbed Firmament Eagle's arm, tore it off, and ate it like a spicy strip on my hand. At this moment, Lone Eagle finally knew what the Platinum Evil Spirit was. Not only was he furious, he was even more embarrassed. As the leader of the Red Alliance, he had actually tried to bribe this monster like a fool. Had he lost his mind? In fact, you're the same as it. You don't have much intelligence. Just as Lone Eagle's heart was burning with rage, Lin Ling spoke, adding insult to injury. Eat, eat, eat. The Platinum Evil Spirit stared at Heavenly Eagle and all the members of the Red Alliance. Oh my God, it's so scary. It actually eats people. Well, I think we should run away. He's definitely running away. How can we fight a martial God realm foodie? The legs of the members of the Red Alliance were trembling. The imposing manner of the army from before had completely disappeared. Little bastard, if you want to kill me, I'll bury you with me. At this moment, Firmament Eagle suddenly roared, and a huge ancient eagle flew down from the sky. Using the ancient eagle's entanglement, he also charged towards Lin Ling crazily. Obviously, he also knew that to catch bandits, one must first catch the leader. In midair, a dazzling light appeared on Firmament Eagle's body. It flowed like water and actually reached his right palm. His palm turned into a claw and quickly grabbed Lin Ling. This unforeseen event was undoubtedly a great shock to everyone. Everyone looked at the Platinum Evil Spirit and suddenly found that this evil spirit had actually torn the huge ancient eagle apart. However, at this moment, it was obviously too late to help Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was already at the foot of the mountain stronghold, so there was no way for him to escape. Second brother, Lin Ling, brother. The faces of Sakura and the others instantly changed, and they screamed crazily. Even if I become a ghost, I want you to accompany me. Looking at Firmament Eagle again, he was indeed the leader. His speed had reached a speed of 1,000 worlds. This speed was at least in the top 400 on the God Roll's celestial stairway. Very few people could catch up to him. Unfortunately, he was facing Lin Ling. The tyrannical Song sword was slowly pulled out as a sword beam quietly bloomed from the sword hilt. As for Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed slightly as a murderous intent came from the depths of hell. In his eyes, Firmament Eagle was rapidly approaching. That claw contained 90% of the ancestral power. It was extremely powerful. However, Firmament Eagle's talent was very ordinary. He only had a 7th grade ultimate desolate body. And when Lin Ling looked at him, Firmament Eagle also looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with deep hatred and hysteria. No matter who Lin Ling was or what his background was, if he didn't kill Lin Ling today, then he would die without a doubt. If he killed Lin Ling, then he would still have a chance to escape. After all, that puppet had lost its master, so it might not pursue him relentlessly. Kid, let me remind you before you die. No matter what kind of conspiracy, in reality, strength is everything. When the eagle claw arrived, it could crush 10,000 worlds. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a brilliant sword was slashed out. Surging murderous intent seemed to materialize around the sword, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if the sword was on fire. At that moment, Firmament Eagle's eyes narrowed. He had sensed something, at least 80% of the ancestral power. Furthermore, the fluctuation of the realm essence did not seem to belong to a mid-stage martial ancestor. Could it be? This kid was the strongest existence in the God Extermination Alliance. I agree with what you said about strength being everything. A voice drifted over as the sword was finally slashed out. Murderous intent and demonic aura wreaked havoc, as if endless darkness had drowned Firmament Eagle's claw and even assimilated it. However, in everyone's eyes, the strange thing was that this exchange of blows was actually very normal. They saw Firmament Eagle lunging at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gently slashed out with his sword. Everything suddenly disappeared. On the other hand, Firmament Eagle stood motionless before Lin Ling like a wooden puppet, and Lin Ling slowly withdrew his sword. This scene undoubtedly caused the entire prairie, to fall into a dead silence. Second brother. Sakura swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Although he knew that Lin Ling was definitely stronger than him, he still found it unbelievable that Lin Ling could kill Firmament Eagle. Perhaps this was all fake. Go to hell. Why are you so talkative? However, Lin Ling had already stepped forward. He placed his palm on Firmament Eagle's cheek and gently pushed. Bang! Firmament Eagle slowly fell to the ground. A sword mark appeared on his body, which separated after landing on the ground. He had been slashed into two halves. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it gradually disappeared. Chapter 38-34. The Red Alliance retreated. When the members of the Red Alliance saw Heaven's lone eagle die on the grassland, they shuddered. There was only fear in their eyes. That young man was so powerful? One had to know that Sakura had won 2 out of 3 battles. They already felt that he was powerful and that he was the pillar of the God-slaying alliance. However, after Heaven's lone eagle's arrival, they realized that the blue-robed young man was the true pillar. Who is he? I think he's also a leader. I heard the God-slaying alliance call him Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Could he be the legendary 4th leader of the God-slaying alliance? The members of the Red Alliance discussed with trembling voices. As for the members of the God-slaying alliance, they rubbed their eyes. It was as though they were still in a dream. Sakura and the others were especially shocked. They were now certain of Lin Ling's strength. Following that, they smiled bitterly. During the previous exchange, they had thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than them. However, it seemed like it was only slightly stronger than them. Lin Ling, that brat, was indeed dishonest. Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji exchanged glances. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. This meant that the gap between them and Lin Ling was still as wide as ever. While the grassland was bustling with activity, Lin Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Now, is there anyone in the Red Alliance who is still unconvinced? Yes, we're convinced. The members of the Red Alliance looked at the evil spirit eating Heaven's lone eagle and then at the blue-robed young man. All of them knelt down on one knee. The only people left standing were Jun Sanshan and young Master Tian. Their legs were trembling, and their pants were dripping with urine. Clearly, this result had far exceeded their expectations. However, Lin Ling didn't care about them. He knew that his big brother and the others would personally deal with the two of them. This time, we followed the rules of the grassland and defeated the leader of the Red Alliance. Now, can you all scram? Lin Ling asked once more. Sir, we'll retreat immediately. An old man from the Red Alliance said while kneeling. The God-slaying alliance will continue to mine this or vain. I hope that the Red Alliance will take care of it. How about it? Lin Ling's voice did not stop. Everyone raised their heads when they heard this. They suddenly realized that this was the reason why the young man didn't kill them. All right, everyone nodded again. Indeed, Lin Ling didn't kill them because he knew that he would be leaving soon, while Big Brother and the others would still have to mine here. Moreover, they would have to face the difficulties of the various forces. So, if he had the help of this group of people, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Officers, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse. Lin Ling finally said. His voice seemed calm, but it was like he was the Lord of the Prairie. Everyone disperse. An old man suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. The majestic crowd also began to leave along the prairie. This caused the people in the mines to be both excited and shocked. They were shocked because the leader of the Godslayer Alliance was actually so powerful. They were excited because with the Godslayer Alliance around, the Red Alliance wouldn't dare to act like a tyrant. A single cloud-piercing arrow and a magnificent army came to meet me. It seems like I'm going to become a legend. The old man in charge of the mine sighed. The army had suppressed the border and annihilated the Godslayer Alliance. However, in the end, the Godslayer Alliance hadn't been annihilated. Instead, they had established endless prestige here. Such a matter would probably become a legend in the prairie. As expected of Lin Ling, among everyone, only Lu Fabing knew Lin Ling's strength, so he wasn't surprised. However, He was still so shocked that the corners of his mouth were trembling. "Congratulations, Lord Lin Ling." Then, Lu Fabing also walked toward Lin Ling Meng Lu, and the others did the same, and each of them was smiling bitterly. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" This was because Meng Lu and the others were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at a monster. "Lin Ling, is this what you meant by a little stronger than us? This is still a little?" Meng Lu was the most shocked because he had been defeated by Lin Ling last time. He thought that Lin Ling was just a little stronger than him, and that he only needed to work a little harder to fulfill his wish. But now it was bullshit. He is indeed a little stronger than me. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. Meng Lu was speechless when he heard that and almost cried. This wasn't just a little bit. Looking at the few leaders talking, the people of the Godslayer Alliance were undoubtedly very excited. Their gazes fell on the blue-robed young man. Thousands of words could only be summed up into one sentence. This was their fourth leader, Lin Ling. Everyone returned to the hall in high spirits. The whole mine was bustling with noise and excitement. Now that the leader of the Red Alliance was dead, it meant that they could mine the mine at will. Moreover, no one could threaten them anymore. Giddy up, giddy up. Outside the hall, Li Hongwang and the others rode on young Master Tian and Xianxia, treating them like dogs. "Young Master Tian, do you think you can escape? Be a good dog, and tomorrow you'll go to the mine for me." Li Hongwang's voice was mixed with excitement. "Sir, don't kick my butt anymore. I'll go tomorrow." Young Master Tian let out a sobbing voice. In the hall, Lin Ling and the others laughed when they heard the conversation. Sakura and the others laughed excitedly. "Big brother, I estimate that I will leave in 3 days." After drinking a few cups of wine with Sakura and the others, Lin Ling suddenly said. Sakura and the others nodded when they heard that. They naturally knew the reason why Lin Ling came to Kaiyuan River. Although they were reluctant, they would not stop Lin Ling from looking for a new heir. "Go, now that the Red Alliance has been dealt with, there shouldn't be anything happening to this mine. Once this mine is finished, we should probably leave. At that time, I'll go to the final world to find you," Sakura said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Ling nodded and then looked at Lu Fabing. He was curious as to why Lu Fabing was here, because he was not the one who called him here. "Sir, I heard about the Immortal Temple. In the ancient Yuan Mountains, someone saw one of the elders of the Immortal Temple." Lu Fabing naturally did not come for no reason. He brought the news and handed over a map. This map was different from the one Lin Ling had. It was smaller and only a map of the ancient Yuan Mountains. However, it recorded the place where the elder saw it. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. After looking at it carefully, he quickly kept it. Then his eyes looked into the distance. He had obtained the fruit of fate in the mine. It was time to set off. "Sir Lin Ling, there are a large number of huge mines in the depths of the ancient Yuan Mountains. There are also many top experts from various academies in the final world. You must be careful on your journey." Lu Fabing knew the destination of Lin Ling and immediately reminded him. Chapter 38-35. That would solve all the problems in the back. Lin Ling was a little surprised. "So, there are many experts from the strongest circle of the Shun San Hall in the depths of the Gyuan Mountains?" "Yes, and they are entering the ancient dragon wasteland one after another. I heard that there is an academy's training mission there." Lu Fabing nodded. After hearing this, Lin Ling also knew that he was about to step into the strongest circle of the Third God Hall. He was about to compete with the strongest experts. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, he was even looking forward to it. Because if he couldn't even defeat those experts, then how could he defeat Long Yang? "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink until we're drunk." As if sensing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Meng Lu and the others were a little disappointed, but they still forced a smile on their faces. "Good." Lin Ling immediately raised his wine bowl. Everyone let go of all their thoughts and drank as they pleased. This went on until midnight, and the entire fortress gradually quieted down. While Lin Ling looked at the drunk Sakura and the others, he slowly left the hall. When they arrived at another hall, there were many experts sitting there. Although they were also eating and drinking, anyone could tell that they obviously didn't enjoy the taste of the food. They were the officers of the Red Alliance. When they saw Lin Ling walk into the hall, their expressions changed instantly. There's no need to be so surprised. I'm not trying to harm you by keeping you here. I just want to ask you some questions. Of course, if you're willing to join the Godslayer Alliance, I'll also welcome you. Lin Ling sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and smiled faintly. I only have one question. Are you the fourth leader of the Godslayer Alliance, Lin Ling? One of the younger experts asked faintly. Don't tell me you want to fake my name, Lin Ling? Lin Ling asked. If you are, I'm willing to join the Godslayer Alliance. But what surprised Lin Ling was that this person didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. I've heard about you for a long time. You might not be famous in the final world, but you're quite famous in the 9 continents. I heard that you even killed Martial God Qilin with the help of the God-slaying formation, creating the first legend. At first, the young man was very indifferent, but gradually, a smile appeared on his face, and he even looked a little excited. That's right. I'm from the North Territory. We're from the same hometown. You're representing the entire North Territory now. Another young man said with a smile. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he began to talk nonstop. I was just lucky. Lin Ling also smiled and clinked his wine glass with theirs. However, it was indeed a stroke of luck. The Godslayer Alliance had been able to set up the Godslayer Great Array back then because they had prepared sufficient materials. Moreover, many of the materials were very rare. Even if the Godslayer Alliance were to prepare again, they might not be able to gather all of them. In fact, the Godslayer Alliance didn't even know that they had such a precious treasure hidden in their warehouse. Moreover, part of the reason was due to Martial God Qilin's carelessness. If it had been Martial God Wen Tian, he might not have succeeded. This person was very cautious. Lord Lin Ling, I thought that legendary figures are very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Come, let me toast to you. Lord Lin Ling, my name is Xianxia. I'm also from the North Territory. I grew up listening to stories about you. I'm for the final world. However, I heard that the Godslayer Alliance had gathered a group of hot-blooded young men. Therefore, I joined them. The group quickly became familiar with Lin Ling. This group of experts was not weak. They were Chun Kuin's subordinates. Of course, they joined the Red Alliance, not because of friendship, but because they were forced by the situation. They had joined the Godslayer Alliance, not because they were forced by the situation, but because Lin Ling had allowed them to do as they pleased. They had only joined because of his reputation. Lin Ling's ultimate goal was to find out the whereabouts of the other leaders. This was the reason why he had kept this group of subordinates. The Red Alliance had 18 leaders. Although they were not on good terms with each other, no one could guarantee that the other leaders would not attack the Godslayer Alliance. By then, Lin Ling would have left. Their big brother and the others would not be able to stop the Red Alliance. However, under Lin Ling's questioning, these subordinates knew a thing or two. They even told him the whereabouts of a few of the leaders. As the Red Alliance had many mineral veins, most of the leaders did not live in one mineral vein all year round. Instead, they took turns living in different mineral veins. All right, you guys can continue drinking. I'll come back tomorrow and drink with you guys to our heart's content. After chatting for a long time, Lin Ling bid his farewells and left as well. After he arrived outside, he looked at the pitch-black night sky and couldn't help but rub his forehead. At this moment, he was able to experience the feeling of being both a father and a mother that Sakura had. It's time to meet them. The night was quiet and the prairie was dotted with fireflies. However, under this peaceful prairie, demon snakes were surging. If a martial artist were to travel alone, it would be very easy for him to die in this seemingly peaceful place. At the bottom of a huge mine, a huge city sat there. It was brightly lit and bustling with noise and excitement. The miners, who had been busy the whole day, were drinking with the experts. Their voices were loud. In a magnificent palace in the city, it was also lively. If one were to look carefully, there were hundreds of people sitting inside. Moreover, their strength was not weak. My lord, Chun Kuin is dead. Firmament Eagle is also dead. Their subordinates have all scattered. This is the best time for us to absorb them. After drinking for a while, someone suddenly laughed. Huh, those two old fellows are finally dead. It's true that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. However, who is so powerful to be able to kill them? A white-haired old man who was sitting in the leader's seat said with a laugh. It was obvious that he was in an extremely good mood. I know the person who killed them. I've also heard about it. A martial god realm expert has appeared over there. At this time, a woman's laughter was heard. She was a very charming woman. However, when people looked at her, they did not dare to blaspheme. Instead, there was a faint fear in their eyes. This was because this woman was also one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. Her name was Hong Yang. Although she looked beautiful, she was actually a rose with thorns. Over the years, many experts had died at her hands. Oh, it sounds very extraordinary. I wonder who it is. Another burly man spoke. He seemed careless, but his eyes were bright. It was obvious that he was a person who was rough, but meticulous. When they were talking, the others could only drink and did not dare to interrupt. This was because these three giants were the top leaders of the Red Alliance. They had formed an alliance and did not allow other leaders to easily devour their forces. The Guyuan Mountain Range was very big. The big figures had their own survival rules, and the small figures also had their own survival rules. Chapter 38-36. Threats. His name is Lin Ling. He comes from the final world and is also the fourth leader of the Godslayer Alliance. The woman slowly said. Her words caused the hall to become silent. However, laughter soon rang out. Lin Ling? I've never heard of you before. Did you come from the final world? I think he's a nobody. After all, in the final world's major academies, we've only heard of the strongest experts in the third hall. The old man suddenly laughed loudly, relieving the pressure in the hall. That's right. However, what's with the martial god realm expert? Could it be a rumor? As for the burly man, he gave a crude laugh. I don't know if it's just a rumor, but I'm sure that Heavenly Lone Eagle and Shankuin were killed by him. It's good that he's dead. Lone Eagle thought that he was more senior and looked down on everyone. He even reached his hand into our territory. Now that he's dead, the mineral veins in his territory are all under our control. Tomorrow, we can go and collect the rent. White-browed Tiger King, are you thinking of monopolizing that territory? The three leaders drank their wine and seemed to be chatting with smiles, but their words were mixed with a hint of killing intent. I don't dare to take it all for myself. Let's split it equally, the old man in the lead said with a smile. He naturally knew that these two leaders were not weak. It would be very difficult to monopolize them. White-browed Tiger King, you're so straightforward. Hearing this, the other two leaders laughed. Splitting it equally? That's too troublesome. Why don't you give it all to me? But at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly sounded. Then, under countless surprised gazes, a blue-robed young man holding a wine jug walked in slowly with a tall bodyguard. Furthermore, he ignored the crowd and went straight to the highest seat and sat down. At this moment, a wisp of sharp killing intent silently suffused the air. Everyone frowned slightly. Killing intent surged, as if they were facing a great enemy. An undetectable glint flashed across the eyes of the three leaders. This person was truly formidable. He had actually managed to come here without anyone noticing. However, for him to appear so brazenly, could it be that he was not afraid of death? Beauty, put away the needle in your hand. If you attack, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here forever. The blue-robed young man faintly smiled. His words caused the charming woman's expression to change, and she quietly withdrew her hand under the seat. Moreover, her heart was rumbling, because her scorpion-tailed divine needle had been discovered. After all, her divine artifact was a grade 5 divine artifact, and it had once killed a martial god. It was formless and colorless, piercing through the void and killing people from a world away. Also, big black guy, you should take back the soul behind me. Otherwise, the blue-robed young man took a sip of wine and spoke again. This time, the burly man frowned and said indifferently, Otherwise what? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist eating it. After all, it's an extremely good nourishment. The blue-robed young man stopped drinking and said with a smile, revealing his white teeth. Although his words were arrogant, for some reason, they caused the man's heart to tremble. He controlled his soul and withdrew it back into his body. His mind continued to rumble. Who was this person? He had actually figured out their methods so clearly. Actually, I'm only here for one reason. You can devour the lone eagle's territory as you wish, but there's one place you can't touch. You can't touch the mineral veins near the Godslayer Alliance. After all, it's not easy for them. The blue-robed young man said with a smile, as if he was talking to a friend. What if we attack? The charming woman also took a sip of wine, then looked at the cup in her hand and said, Is that so? The blue-robed young man shrugged and said softly, Then I'll have to kill all of you. Kill, kill. As soon as these two words were spoken, a desolate killing intent rolled in the hall, causing the hearts of all the experts to tremble. They subconsciously raised the weapons in their hands as if they were about to face a life and death calamity. The hall was silent for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. No one spoke. Perhaps they were waiting for the leaders to speak. However, the three leaders didn't speak. Instead, they narrowed their eyes. All right, it's late. I should go home. I've gotten used to sleeping during this period. Tonight, I'll have a good sleep. After all, it won't be long before I return to those days of training and running around. At this time, the blue-robed young man suddenly laughed at himself. He held the wine pot and walked as he spoke. Behind him, the tall bodyguard didn't say a word from beginning to end. He followed him loyally. Everyone's eyes followed the two of them, but no one spoke. However, they all sensed that the atmosphere in the hall was about to explode. Just one word. No, just one word. A great battle would break out. However, the three leaders remained silent until the blue-robed young man reached the door. Finally, when the blue-robed young man was about to disappear, one of the leaders finally spoke. Your Excellency, you're in such a good mood to drink here from afar. May I know your name? The white-browed old man, who had been silent, finally spoke. Lin Ling. The figure at the door finally disappeared. However, a name lingered in the hall for a long time. This made everyone's heart tremble violently. The fourth leader of the God Extermination Alliance, Lin Ling. Silence and oppression spread. Even the sound of drinking could no longer be heard in the hall. White-browed old man, why did you let him go? Yes. Finally, a woman's voice drifted out. It was the charming woman. This was the question that everyone wanted to ask the most. Then why didn't you take action? However, the old man looked indifferently at the charming woman and said. His words made the charming woman frown. She fell silent. The old man's gaze swept across the hall. Following that, he said, The moment he entered the hall, he sealed me. That power looked like soul power, but it was different. Anyway, it was a power that I have never seen before. Yes. Boom. The moment this sentence was said, the hall seemed to explode. The charming woman and the burly man's pupils constricted. Among the three of them, the white-browed old man was the strongest. He was a half-step martial god with a 7th grade ultimate desolate body and 80% ancestral power. However, such an expert had been sealed without anyone noticing. This meant that the moment the young man stepped into the hall, their lives were in someone else's hands. Pass down my order. No one is allowed to approach the God Extermination Alliance. Following that, the old man issued a solemn order. Pass down my order. No one from Red Scorpion is allowed to approach the God Extermination Alliance. No one from Onyx Soul is allowed to approach either. Tonight was clearly a sleepless night. The mysterious young man had left a deep impression in their hearts. Chapter 38-37. A great battle between martial gods. 3 days later, in a mountain fortress of the Godslayer Alliance. In the house, Lin Ling tidied up a little. Then he looked at little Luan and said, Do you really want to follow me? You should know that this trip will be very dangerous. I won't be able to take care of you at all. You might die on the way. You stay in the stronghold. I've already told Big Brother and the others to take good care of you. My lord, I am willing to follow you until death. Xiaoluan raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Lin Ling could only nod. He wanted to keep Xiaoluan here. After all, his future was not going to be easy. However, he also knew that Xiaoluan had been bullied since she was young. She did not trust others at all. So, if he let her stay here, it would not be long before she returned to those days of isolation. It was even possible that he would die in the mine if he was not careful. Since that's the case, I'll take him with me. When I return to the final world, I'll let Xiaoluan follow Yu and the others. If you're done packing, let's set off. Following that, Lin Ling pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the house, the sun was shining brightly. Everyone was standing there, densely packed and silent. They all knew that Lin Ling was leaving today, so they all came to send Lin Ling off. Lord Lin Ling, have a drink before you leave. An old man walked out with moist eyes and handed Lin Ling a bowl of wine. Lin Ling was a little touched, as expected of the Godslayer alliance. They were all on his side. He nodded heavily, took the bowl, and finished it in one gulp. Next, Sakura and the others walked over. Looking at Lin Ling, they didn't say much. Everyone pounded on Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling, don't die. We'll meet again in the final world. All right, don't die either. Young Master Yao and the others are waiting for you in the final world. Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. With his back facing the crowd, he waved his hand and continued on his journey. His eyes were also a little moist because these were all brothers who had gone through life and death together. Now that they were separated, it would be a lie to say that he had no emotions. A gentle breeze blew through the grassland, and the grass danced in the wind. It was like a green ocean. The blue-robed youth also gradually disappeared into the sea. This guy, Sakura, and the rest were all standing on top of the wall as they looked into the distance, constantly suppressing the feeling of reluctance in their hearts. However, they also knew that an eagle could soar high in the sky. Lin Ling was an eagle, and only the sky was his battlefield. 3 days later, to the west of the prairie, 2 figures slowly walked along the prairie. Both of them were wearing large cloaks, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. According to Lu Feibing's map, the Immortal Temple Elder appeared in this area. However, along the way, the ore veins we saw were indeed more powerful than the previous. After walking for a long time, one of them removed the brim of his hat, revealing a handsome face. His eyes were also looking into the distance. He was none other than Lin Ling. In these 3 days, he had already passed through more than half of the ancient Yuan mountain range. He was getting closer and closer to the location that Lu Feibing had pointed out. Moreover, Lin Ling realized that he was getting closer and closer to the ancient dragon wasteland. Hee, there are only 2 of you? When Lin Ling was looking around, the ground in front of him wriggled. Then, a huge demon snake appeared. On the demon snake stood a mysterious person who was also wearing a cloak. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling indifferently. Headhunter tribe? However, Lin Ling was used to it and smiled indifferently. It seems that you should have met other headhunter tribes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so familiar with them. That person was obviously slightly surprised. That's right. Moreover, I've killed many of them. Lin Ling sneered. Real transmission. Countless flying swords appeared and shot towards the mysterious person at the speed of 1,000 worlds. The latter's expression changed instantly. Then, he frantically dived into the ground. You are Lin Ling. This person's methods were really powerful. After riding the demon snake and disappearing into the ground, he actually rushed forward crazily along the ground, trying to avoid Lin Ling. This was because he knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This lone warrior was not weak. He was Lin Ling, who was rumored to be in the various academies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, in the sky, the flying swords shot towards the ground like locusts, crazily piercing through the ground. In the end, the ground fell silent. After all the flying swords disappeared, blood slowly seeped out of the grassland. Obviously, the headhunter tribe and the huge demon snake from before had died under the ground. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling had already continued on his way with the platinum demon. the headhunter tribe really does anything. Lin Ling's gaze was still looking forward as he said helplessly. This was because during this period of time, he had already encountered several groups of headhunter tribe. These headhunter tribe members had extraordinary strength and only had one goal, which was to kill passers-by. The headhunter tribe was the vermin of the grassland, but they were also guiding lights. Besides killing passers-by, you could also buy any information from them, including having them assassinate people. However, they could only be hired in large mineral veins. If you met them outside the grassland, you would only be killed. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not show mercy. They actually recognized me. It seems that the headhunter tribe's ability to control information is very powerful. Lin Ling hurried along. At the same time, he glanced at Xiaolun on the platinum demon's back. Because Xiaolun could not bear this kind of hurrying, he had the platinum demon carry Xiaolun. After a long time, Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. He saw a huge mineral vein appear in front of him. It was also the largest mineral vein that Lin Ling had seen so far. And in front of the mineral vein was a huge city. Moreover, people came and went one after another. From afar, they looked like ants. "We're here." Lin Ling glanced at the map and smiled gently. According to the map, the elder of the Immortal Temple was in this mineral vein. As long as he found that person, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the Immortal Temple. Although Lu Fabing had said that the Immortal Temple was in the ancient Dragon Desolate Land, the ancient Dragon Desolate Land was very big. Lin Ling couldn't possibly search everywhere like a headless fly. Therefore, it would be much simpler if he could find out the purpose of the Immortal Temple. After putting on his hat, Lin Ling headed towards the huge mineral vein. Thanks to Lu Fabing, Lin Ling also knew that this mineral vein belonged to the Unfettered Sword Alliance. Their backer was the Unfettered Sword Martial God. Therefore, the mineral vein was not sealed. Instead, it welcomed anyone to enter and leave. This also caused the city in front of the mineral vein to be very lively. Not only was mining a form of income, but the consumption of martialists in the city was also a good source of income. I heard that a Yuan Venerate Martial God is coming. The previous conflict is indeed not over. There will be a good show to watch. The Unfettered Sword Martial God heard that a Yuan Venerate Martial God was coming, so he has been waiting here for a long time. I wonder which of these two martial gods is more powerful. Many martialists were chatting on the road leading to the city. They all seemed very excited. Lin Ling was a little stunned. A battle between martial gods? Chapter 38:38. Feng City. Brat, are you from the countryside? A Yuan Venerate Martial God is also one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 provinces. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of the carefree sword martial god. Let me tell you, a battle between martial gods is not rare in the Guyuan mountain range. Not long ago, martial god Wentian also fought with another martial god here. However, although it's not a rare thing, it's still a battle between martial gods. Look, aren't these people here because of the fame? Those people looked at Lin Ling with disdain, treating him as a country bumpkin who had come to the Guyuan mountain range for the first time. They were even curious that Lin Ling had come here alone and not died. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling waved goodbye, the shock in his heart growing stronger. His luck seemed to be pretty good to actually be able to see a battle between martial gods here. If he could watch, he would be able to benefit greatly. Ignoring the arrogant gazes of those people, Lin Ling also strode towards the ore vein. Before he even got close, 2 huge blood-red words appeared there. Feng City. Compared to the ore veins he had seen along the way, the ore vein in front of him was indeed larger than he had imagined. Furthermore, there were many experts, like 100 flowers blooming. There were experts from the academy, old monsters, and even some martial artists from the 9 provinces. Of course, the status of martial artists from the 9 provinces was very low here. Looking up, the ancient city was also very tall. Platforms were built from hard purple ironwood. Miners were hanging huge wagons and slowly lowering them from the sky. The wagons were filled with ores. As for the ore vein, it was different. It was no longer a large hole in the ground. Even a mountainside had many mines, and a large number of miners were busy going in and out. Be careful. From time to time, huge ores would fall from the sky. However, the martial artists in the city were not weak. With a wave of their hands, they gently placed the ores on the ground. In short, Feng City was also an ancient city with an extremely unique character. After entering Feng City, the city was also packed with people, and bustling noises constantly floated out. Hee, I heard that martial god Wen Tian's disciple has arranged a battle with a student from the Snow Wind Academy. It can't be. Martial god Wen Tian's disciple is really powerful. Not long ago in the grade school competition, she got a pretty good ranking. How can the students of the Snow Wind Academy compare? There's simply no comparison. The Snow Wind Academy is not that powerful. They specialize in producing trash. I heard that in their Shun San Hall, they don't even have a single top expert. There's no point in watching such a battle. Martial god Wen Tian must be trying to please the crowd by putting on this show. Lin Ling's eyes flashed when he heard the voice. He didn't care about those people looking down on him, but he was surprised that the news had spread here. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. There should be many people from the new heavenly court in the ancient Yuan mountain range. So the news spread very quickly. Lin Ling also continued forward and began searching for the headhunters. However, in the streets and alleys, all kinds of news continue to spread. I heard that there are academies training in the ancient Dragon Wasteland, and they're all top 10 academies. Other than the number 1 Sky Sword Academy, the other academies' top experts have all come. An old man who had a lot of mouths started to chatter. That's right, and they don't have to be students of the academy. As long as they have reached the martial ancestor realm, they can participate. Hero, is that training very powerful? Why are there so many people talking about this? Hero, these 2 words make me happy. Then I'll tell you a little. Because this training is issued by the 4 great gods, the Cultivation. It is said that the purpose is for the trial takers under his name, so other people can also participate. So that's how it is. Then I wonder what the specific situation is like. Can we also participate? How can we mortals know the thoughts of the gods? However, don't even think about it. The quota has already been limited. Even the entire ancient Dragon Wasteland has been sealed. Ordinary people can't enter because there are several god shops opened by the Cultivation inside. You can exchange for many treasures. So good, I'm so envious. The god shops of the 4 great gods. I'm afraid there are many rare heavenly and earthly treasures. After a while, many people's eyes turned red with envy. Because those god shops were rarely seen in thousands of years, it seemed that the gods had indeed put in a lot of effort for their trial takers. God shops? Standing behind the noisy passers-by, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. Cultivation? 4 great gods, and then the trial takers under his name? It seemed that this trial taker's mission was not simple, so others could also participate. However, what made Lin Ling unhappy was that the ancient Dragon Wasteland had been sealed. One had to know that that was his next destination. Look, that's the people from the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. They are in conflict with the Heaven-Seeking Alliance again. At this time, someone pointed to the front and said, on the street, 2 groups of people's auras clashed, causing the pressure on the street to increase by several times. Heaven-Seeking Alliance? Lin Ling followed the crowd and also went to watch. Moreover, he pulled an uncle in front of him and asked, Senior, what is this Heaven-Seeking Alliance? That uncle had a thick beard. He looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Heaven-Seeking Alliance, to put it bluntly, is the elite alliance of the new Heavenly Court, the alliance of the new Heavenly Court's top experts, understand? Melon Child, where did you come from? You don't even know this. I just came from outside, so I'm not too familiar with it. Lin Ling immediately smiled. No wonder, when you came from the periphery of the ancient Yuan mountain range, the alliances you saw were all small alliances. The alliances near the ancient Dragon Wasteland are the real experts. You should learn more and broaden your horizons. That uncle seemed to have been ignored by others. It was not easy for him to meet a humble junior. He immediately began to talk nonstop. The experts of those alliances, there are academy students and also some veteran experts, but the lowest cultivation level is at the half-step martial god realm. There are even martial god realm experts. These are the elites of the elites. Moreover, the two alliances are not the only powerful ones in this area. The Yuan Venerate Alliance is also very powerful. There's also the Duan Family Alliance. The Angel Alliance is also not to be underestimated. However, speaking of the Angel Alliance, TSK, all of them are beauties. If you want to join that alliance, you must first be beautiful, second be at the half-step martial god realm, and third be a strong backer. You only need to fulfill one of the three conditions. Sigh, it would be great if I were a woman. I could join that alliance of beauties and look at beauties every day. The more the uncle spoke, the more excited he became, his saliva spitting out. Lin Ling quietly took a step back and looked at the uncle. Seeing that his face was full of beard and that he had not washed his face for many days, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head secretly. This guy looked slovenly. He would probably be kicked out of the Alliance of Beauties as soon as he got close to it. Next, Lin Ling also stared at the street. At this moment, the two alliances were at daggers drawn. Chapter 38-39. Looking for the Immortal Temple Elder. Other than that, some powerful old monsters who could not enter the stairway of the divine list were also not to be underestimated. No wonder Lu Fabing said that the depths of the ancient Yuan mountain range were not simple. It seemed that it was indeed not simple. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to stay any longer. He left quietly, but just as he arrived at the next street, a familiar coffin jumped into his sight. He saw several people carrying a bronze coffin, slowly walking down the street. Scram! Along the way, there were people blocking the way. The people carrying the coffins all shouted angrily. On the other hand, the passers-by who were being scolded were naturally displeased. Those who were allowed to appear here were all at the peak of the martial progenitor realm, and this was only the minimum requirement. There were even more half-martial gods. However, when they saw the bronze coffin, as long as they were walking on the streets, they immediately reacted. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Wanyan Epic. I'm sorry. Those passers-by quickly bowed and then made way. They also knew that this was still Plentiful City, the territory of the unrestrained sword martial god. Otherwise, with just them blocking the way, it was possible for Wanyan Shurgio to kill them. The person carrying the coffin snorted coldly and left coldly. The leader of the place of eternal rest? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be going to the ancient dragon desolate land? I heard that many of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils have also appeared there. He's looking for someone. That person has killed his son and has also destroyed the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. To be honest, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance has most likely collapsed by now. Who could be so powerful as to actually disband the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? However, that old monster is clearly in a fit of rage right now, so it's best that we don't get caught in the crossfire and get killed by him. Let's go. The passers-by stared at the disappearing bronze coffin and whispered to each other. Lin Ling's face under the brim of his hat immediately turned serious. Fengdu really had a lot of enemies. Wanyan Epic, Heaven-Seeking Alliance. There was also the Duan Clan's Alliance. If these people knew that Lin Ling was here, they would definitely come looking for him. After pulling down the brim of his hat a bit, Lin Ling continued forward. Right now, he had to find that Immortal Temple Elder as soon as possible and then leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared alone in a quiet street. A strange atmosphere pervaded the streets, and the Emperor Crystal appeared in Lin Ling's hand, burning it with his realm essence, forming a dense spirit energy that floated in all directions. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Finally, a cold voice drifted out. Find someone. However, Lin Ling was used to it, and he also let out a hoarse voice. This was because he knew that this street was the gathering place of the headhunters. If they wanted to know any news, or even if they wanted to entrust something, they could do it here. Even killing a person was not difficult as long as the reward was sufficient. Of course, this also depended on who he killed. For example, Killing a martial god at the level of Wanyan epic, there probably weren't many headhunters who would dare to do so. Furthermore, even if there were, Lin Ling probably wouldn't be able to give the corresponding reward. Who are you looking for? Sounds once again drifted out from the silent street. However, Lin Ling knew that although there seemed to be no one here, there were probably no less than 100 headhunters gathered here. They were just hiding. An elder from the Immortal Temple, Lin Ling said indifferently. The street suddenly became quiet. The headhunters hidden everywhere were all sizing up Lin Ling, as if they wanted to know who Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling's aura was restrained, and the Platinum Evil Spirit's cloak could also hide his aura. Unless Lin Ling made a move, they would not be able to guess Lin Ling's origin. Of course, they were not without gains. At least, they had noticed Xiaolun on the back of the Platinum Evil Spirit. Release that little girl. A voice drifted out, seemingly somewhat fearful. This was also normal. As a headhunter, they had naturally offended many people, so they were also very cautious. Lin Ling nodded and let Xiaolun climb down from the Platinum Evil Spirit. The headhunters were all quietly investigating Xiaolun, but they gradually relaxed. So it's her. To Lin Ling's surprise, a headhunter actually knew Xiaolun. It seemed that these headhunters were indeed powerful. The news of the entire Guyuan mountain range could not escape their hands. Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought of why Wanyan Shishir would appear here. It must be the news from the headhunters. Wanyan Shishir had bought this news from them and found Lin Ling's route. However, the headhunters only knew that he was coming this way, but they did not know the specific whereabouts of Lin Ling. The scourge of the prairie. To many miners, they hate that girl very much. At this moment, a low voice drifted out. Sir, don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much. Be careful not to be headhunted. Lin Ling's voice also turned cold, causing the street to instantly fall silent. That elder is in Tian Feng restaurant. Finally, a voice drifted out, and, at the same time, said, "Thank you for 10 billion royal crystals." The asking price was also extremely high. However, Lin Ling was not short of royal crystals now, so he placed the 10 billion royal crystals on the ground, and even took out another 10 billion royal crystals and threw them on the ground. He said indifferently, "Again, don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much." He did not know if anyone had recognized him, but it was always right to be careful. He was not afraid of these headhunters, but he was afraid that they would spread the news. After saying this, Lin Ling did not say much and turned to leave. "Sir, we don't know who you are, but someone is looking for this little girl. This is the news I know. Of course, this is only a rumor in our headhunter circle. No one can be sure if it's true or not." However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a voice drifted out, as if it was indebted to Lin Ling's 10 billion royal crystals tip. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned, but he walked further and further away. He was curious. Someone was looking for Xiaolun? With Xiaolun's strength, this should be impossible. However, this might just be a rumor. It had to be said that the headhunter's circle was strange. In the prairie, they killed anyone they saw and robbed treasures everywhere. However, in the big mines of Plentiful City, they were very well-behaved and could give others the information they needed. Their existence was reasonable. No wonder they could survive in the prairie. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling asked passersby, and then went to Tian Feng restaurant. Tian Feng restaurant was not difficult to find. It was also one of the bigger restaurants in Plentiful City. Those martial artists who were tired from wandering outside would choose to have a good rest in this restaurant. Not long after, a simple wooden building began to appear in front of them. The wooden building was very tall, but it gave people a feeling of being patched up. It was not gorgeous at all. However, looking from afar, there were still many people entering one after another. Obviously, in a place like the prairie, this restaurant was considered to be very good. After a while, Lin Ling brought Xiaolun into the restaurant. However, just as they passed through the door, a few figures walked over while drinking wine. They seemed to be chatting casually, but one of them accidentally bumped into Lin Ling. Chapter 3840. An expert. "Sir, are you courting death?" However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused those people to stop in their tracks, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Hand it over. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking one of your arms. Lin Ling didn't look at them, but he spoke indifferently, and his voice was filled with killing intent. As for those people, they were still holding onto their wine jugs, and a murderous look appeared in their eyes. However, the golden-white evil spirit slowly turned around, revealing a strange face under the brim of its hat. A strange atmosphere enveloped those people, making it difficult for them to breathe. Return it to him. Seeing this, one of them finally spoke up. Then, a man who didn't look very tall appeared in his hand and handed a palm-sized bag to Lin Ling. This brocade pouch belonged to Lin Ling. This person had casually bumped into it and stolen it. However, there weren't many Emperor crystals inside because Lin Ling had hidden all the precious treasures inside his ring. And this group of people were obviously used to robbing. If they encountered a martial artist who didn't react in time, they would leave after stealing. Of course, most martial artists were sensitive and could easily detect it. However, they had many people and were strong. So even if many martial artists detected it, they didn't want to cause trouble, so they chose to swallow their anger. Unless the thief was very strong, such as the platinum evil spirit. Sorry. After handing over the brocade pouch, the man said respectfully. Lin Ling ignored him. He opened his palm, and a wisp of green smoke floated in his palm. When he grasped it, the green smoke instantly disappeared without a trace. The expression of one of them changed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forcefully suppressed it. This was because that wisp of green smoke was his innate skill. It could be hidden outside a martial artist's body, allowing them to easily follow the martial artist and find a deserted place to kill them and steal their treasures. However, he didn't expect that this invisible and colorless tracking smoke would actually be detected by this person. An expert. A true expert. Sir, I'm sorry. This time, the leader also bowed and gave a signal to the people inside the restaurant. He then said, Your Excellency's meals and drinks in the Tianfeng restaurant will be on us. Obviously, they were also regular customers. If they encountered a problem that they couldn't solve, they would treat the other party to a meal and drink to appease their anger. Under normal circumstances, in a place like Plentiful City, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not want to cause trouble. So they chose to keep the peace. Scram! Lin Ling was the same. Thank you, Your Excellency. Those people bowed again and walked away with their heads lowered. This made them even more terrified. Not only was this mysterious man powerful, but he also knew the rules of the Tao. This meant that this mysterious man was definitely not a newcomer to the prairie. Lin Ling turned around, held Xiaoluan's hand, and entered the restaurant. The restaurant was still bustling with noise, and all kinds of voices drifted out. It was as if no one had seen what had happened at the door. In reality, many people had seen it and were even more accustomed to it. However, through the previous incident, they also knew that the man in the cloak was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. As for this kind of person, they would usually choose to ignore him and not provoke him. After entering the restaurant, Lin Ling looked around and found a clean table and chair to sit down. Soon, someone placed wine and meat on the table. That was because Lin Ling's expenses were all paid for by the local tyrants. In order to satisfy Lin Ling, the restaurant sent a lot of food and wine. As for Lin Ling, he was still wearing his hat, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, his soul force was also quietly spreading out. Because the restaurant was very big, there were hundreds of people. It was obviously not easy to find the elder of the Immortal Temple. However, when his soul force spread out, he immediately sensed that in the air above the restaurant, all kinds of energy were sweeping. Many were spying, some were alerting, and most were defending against others spying. This was really a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Moreover, the strength of the people present was not weak at all. It made Lin Ling feel that the entire restaurant was like a world of its own, filled with chaotic battles. However, this kind of battle was a battle of vigor and sensitivity. All the guests were still drinking and eating, looking exactly the same as usual. "Guest, please enjoy your meal." At this time, the waiter beside him left with a smile after putting down the food and wine. Slap. However, at this time, Lin Ling gently put down a small brocade bag on the table. The waiter was still smiling, but he quietly put away the small brocade bag and checked it carefully. Suddenly, his heart exploded. There were actually 300 million royal crystals in it. This was a huge sum of money for him. "Ancestor, what can I do for you?" The waiter almost knelt down to lick Lin Ling's shoes. "Do you know about the Immortal Temple?" Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and then looked at the wine cup in his hand and said. The waiter was stunned and suddenly smiled. Then he dipped his finger in the water and drew an arrow on the table. Lin Ling was stunned because he was just trying his luck. He didn't expect the waiter to know. "Ancestor, that old guy's been here for a month." It's hard not to know after a long time. As if he knew Lin Ling was surprised, the waiter bowed and said. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction and put another 100 million royal crystals on the table. He said lightly, "I have something to ask you. Let's go." "Thank you, Ancestor." The waiter's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. He knew he had met a rich customer. After taking the money, he hurriedly left. Lin Ling didn't care about the small tip. His eyes followed the arrow formed by the waiter and filtered them one by one. Finally, it fell on an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a Buddhist robe. That old man was very thin, and he was drinking wine alone. Lin Ling immediately spread out his soul power across the hall and finally approached the old man. After a while, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile quietly. That was because he sensed an evil Buddha energy from the old man's body. It must be him. Standing up, Lin Ling led the golden white evil spirit and walked over step by step. At this moment, in the corner, the old man was drinking alone. On his thin face, there was a pair of cold eyes. His head seemed to be lowered, but he glanced around the hall from time to time. When he saw some good-looking women, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. His eyes seemed to be lustful. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly came and sat down at his table without waiting for him to speak. "Old master, it's a bit lonely to be drinking alone." The voice floated out with a faint smile. The old man frowned and turned his head to see a mysterious man in a wide cloak. He was just about to shout, "Get lost!" However, at this moment, a palm suddenly fell on his shoulder. A powerful force pinched his collarbone, making it difficult for him to move. Chapter 38:41. Jean E had arrived. An expert. The old man instantly knew that there was an expert behind him. Even if he was not a half-step martial god, he was at least a martial god. "Sir, may I know what's the matter?" Finally, the old man spoke solemnly. However, the cloaked man beside him did not speak. Instead, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, making him look even more mysterious. This also caused the oppressive atmosphere to quietly fill the air. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead. He had a feeling that if this person wanted to harm him, he was afraid that no one present could help him. The oppressive atmosphere gradually reached its peak. At a certain moment, the old man almost wanted to fight to the death and rush out of the restaurant. However, at this moment, the voice finally rang out. "Why is the Immortal Temple going to the ancient dragon wasteland?" "For the divine fetus." The old man was relieved. He did not dare to hide anything and immediately spoke. His sweat had already fallen like rain. He knew that the Immortal Temple had offended many experts in Jiuzhou. If this person was here for revenge, with a mysterious expert behind him, he would definitely die here. Fortunately, this mysterious person did not seem to be here for revenge. Which direction did they go? The mysterious person was still tapping his fingers on the table. "I don't know about that. To be honest, I came too late. When I was planning to enter the ancient dragon wasteland, that place had already been sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been drinking in Plentiful City," the old man said honestly. "So, you're also looking for a way to enter the ancient dragon wasteland?" "Senior, that is indeed the case. However, the ancient dragon wasteland has been sealed by the deity's people. Unless the deity agrees, No one can enter. You may leave. After a while, Lin Ling finally spoke. The old man did not dare to stay any longer. Without saying a word, he bowed and strode away. When he stood up, his legs were trembling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. Currently, he had already determined the whereabouts of the Immortal Temple and knew their purpose. However, the ancient dragon wasteland had been sealed. He had to find a way to enter. Sir, there will definitely be a way to enter. At this moment, Shaolin beside him seemed to know Lin Ling's worries and comforted him. Thank you, Shaolin. Lin Ling immediately replied with a smile, but his heart was still heavy. Because the person who sealed the ancient dragon wasteland was a god. Not to mention a mere Lin Ling. Even a martial god would not be able to get close, unless he had Lei Gong's help. However, Lin Ling had no idea who Lei Gong was and where he was. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, a few more figures walked in through the entrance of the restaurant. These people had a noble aura and had long blonde hair. After entering, they looked around the hall with disdain. Then, they found a table and sat down. However, there were many people in the hall, so Lin Ling did not notice them. In contrast, after they sat down, they looked around casually. Suddenly, one of their faces flickered. Exalted Genie looked. He pointed at Lin Ling's table and chair, indicating for the others to look over as well. In the end, all of them frowned, and a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes. That was because they recognized the girl. Wasn't she the one they had met in the ancient lake mine? This group of people was Priest Genie from the Golden God tribe. The Golden God tribe was extremely famous in the ancient Origin Mountain range. They had a large number of people and were powerful. As long as there was a mine, they could use the mysterious mine to explode with several times their strength. Therefore, even human powerhouses did not dare to provoke them casually. Exalted Genie, look, that martial god expert is also here. Someone suddenly sneered. He was pointing at the platinum evil spirit in the cloak. Genie was very familiar with the platinum evil spirit. In the past, it was because of this expert that he had been completely defeated. If that expert is here, it means that the cloaked man who is drinking wine is the despicable person from last time. Genie said coldly. Moreover, his name is Lin Ling. His voice became much colder when he said the last sentence. After leaving the ancient lake mine, he had asked around and finally found out who Lin Ling was. He had never expected that Lin Ling was also somewhat famous in the human world. However, the students from the various academies were very disdainful of this person and did not take him seriously. Moreover, what surprised him was that Lin Ling had many enemies. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Genie sneered. He exchanged glances with the others and waved his hand. A wine glass shot out like a cannonball. Moreover, the target of the wine glass was Shaolin. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking wine. However, when he sensed the unforeseen event, his expression changed instantly. Then, he pulled Shaolin over with one hand. As soon as he moved, the wine glass arrived and exploded. The entire table also exploded. Wine splattered everywhere, causing everyone in the hall to look over. Drink, drink, drink. Sooner or later, you'll die from drinking. Lowly peasant, you didn't expect to meet us here, did you? At this moment, Genie and the others all stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Their attitude could be said to be extremely arrogant. Not only Lin Ling and Shaolin, but even many people in the hall frowned. After all, everyone was eating peacefully, but these people suddenly attacked and destroyed other people's tables and chairs. Who wouldn't be angry? However, when they saw clearly who it was, many people swallowed their anger and swallowed their anger. The Golden God clan was obviously not someone they could provoke. Are you very angry? Haha, this is just the beginning. Genie ignored the crowd and waved his right hand again. The wine and meat on his table all flew toward Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's expression to darken. He waved his right hand and a surge of realm essence gushed out, blocking all the wine and meat. Lin Ling did not expect to meet Genie and the others here. Moreover, he guessed that Genie and the others must have recognized Shaolin and guessed that it was him. If he had known that these people were so despicable, he would have killed them in the ancient lake cave. Of course, Genie and the others were not weak. If he had really wanted to kill them, Lin Ling would have had to use his full strength. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not attack back then. After all, Lin Ling was not at his peak at that time. Are you very angry? Get over here. Genie had been humiliated by Lin Ling last time. Naturally, he vented all his grievances now. He knew that he was no match for the martial god. He might not even be a match for Lin Ling. However, this was their territory. In Plentiful City, the Golden God clan had more elites. Get over here. The others shouted angrily, their auras overbearing. Lin Ling remained silent. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly asked the golden white evil spirit to protect Shaolin. If there was a chance, they would immediately leave Plentiful City. After all, he knew that this was not a suitable place to fight. Genie and the others were even more elated when they saw Lin Ling's silence. Don't dare to speak? Trash. Chapter 3842. Exposed. He naturally guessed Lin Ling's fear. Due to the war of the martial gods, many strong people had gathered in Plentiful City, and many of them seemed to be Lin Ling's enemies. How can you talk about martial arts when you're so sneaky? However, the more you want to hide, the more I want to say it. Jean Yi sneered. If you want to die, you can try. Hearing Jean Yi's words, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Hee, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. However, the more you don't let me say it, the more I want to say it. If you can't accept it, come and kill me. Hearing this, Jean Yi's face was full of ridicule. She even used her palm to slap her cheeks, indicating Lin Ling to come and kill her. You keep hiding your identity because you don't want others to know your name. Then I'll tell everyone that you're Lin Ling from Snow Wind Academy. In the end, Jean Yi did not hide anymore and said Lin Ling's name. That's the enemy of the Duan clan, the enemy of the new heavenly court, and the person that the E-Garden of the 36 Academies wants to teach the most. Oh, right. I seem to have heard that you even killed the son of a big shot of the 9 States 10 Evils. Ha ha ha. These people all want to harm you. Jean Yi's voice was like thunder. Not only did the people in the restaurant hear it, even the people outside heard it. Lin Ling, who is this? He seems to be very famous. I remember the person who wants to challenge martial God-seeking heaven's disciple. It's this guy? The crowd began to whisper among themselves. However, many people's eyes lit up instantly. That mysterious person was actually Lin Ling? Bastard. Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. He knew that this guy was doing it on purpose. Plentiful City had so many enemies. If Lin Ling was exposed, the result could be imagined. Haha, carefree, carefree. On Jean Yi's side, those people all laughed loudly. They could sense that Lin Ling must hate them to the bone. He might even be crying now. Humph, this was the consequence of offending the Golden God clan. However, their guess was right. Lin Ling was indeed furious, but since his identity had been exposed, what else was there to hide? Clearly, there was no need for that. Boom! His talents fused together, and his aura surged. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of a gold god tribe expert. That powerhouse was still laughing, but he couldn't laugh anymore, because a sword had already appeared in front of him. The person holding the sword was wearing a cloak, and the face under the hood was actually smiling. Furthermore, it was a sneer. Very happy, aren't you? Lin Ling's voice also floated out from his mouth, causing that person's body to inexplicably tremble. Only now did he remember that framing Lin Ling was indeed satisfying, but they also had to bear the brunt of Lin Ling's anger. I am. That person quickly shouted angrily. Boom. Mercury poured out, and the tyrant's song sword slashed down like a heavenly blessing. That Golden God Clan elite was directly slashed apart. He couldn't be more dead. That's right, I'm Lin Ling. How about it? Lin Ling's sword did not stop. With surging killing intent, he pounced on the others. Seeing this, Jean E. and the others' pupils constricted. At this moment, they seemed to have realized something. Previously, Lin Ling was enduring. At that time, they should have stopped while they were ahead. However, they had shed all pretense of cordiality and even touched the taboo. This was equivalent to releasing a killing god. What did the current Lin Ling have to fear? Oh no, everyone, be careful. A gold god tribe expert roared, but with a swoosh, a sword appeared in his chest. It was a sword that had pierced through his back. He lowered his head in disbelief. Am I going to die? Obviously, he had not expected that just drinking here would result in his soul returning to the underworld. What do you think? Lin Ling pulled out the sword, and blood immediately gushed out. That expert couldn't be more dead, and he collapsed. This caused everyone in the restaurant to be in a state of panic. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to start a massacre here. One had to know that this was Plentiful City, where countless experts had gathered. Jean E. also knew of Lin Ling's strength, so she immediately planned to leave the restaurant. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The people around Jean E. all rushed out of the restaurant crazily. One of them was slower, running and shouting at the same time. However, the Grim Reaper had already caught up to him. In front of him, a figure appeared and stopped him. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was wrong. The golden-haired expert directly knelt down. The noble gold god tribe? Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. The sword that was hanging on the ground rose up. Swoosh! This person was split into two. Then, Lin Ling's cold eyes fell outside the restaurant, and more fell on Jean E. These people did not let Lin Ling off easily, so Lin Ling would kill them all. Let's see who is more ruthless. Your Excellency, they are from the Gold God tribe. Leave them some leeway in the future. Why do you have to be so aggressive? However, at that moment, a half-step martial god realm old man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant and blocked Lin Ling's way. He had a kind face and a gentle smile on his face. Just because he said your name, you want to kill all of them? That's too ruthless. This old man was obviously much more powerful than an ordinary half-step martial god. It's none of your business. Get lost. Lin Ling's face became even colder. Your Excellency, I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I didn't attack you. If you forced me to attack you, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, you should leave. I won't attack you, but I can't let you kill the innocent. The old man was still smiling. Kill the innocent? It was easy for this expert to talk while standing there, wasn't it? His identity had been exposed by Jean E. and the others, which meant that Jean E. and the others had pushed him off the cliff. At that time, would this expert come save him? Obviously, it was impossible. Stop being merciful. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Ling's voice was filled with murderous intent. His cloak danced in the wind as he moved. The old man sighed and shook his head. Why bother? Die! Lin Ling did not waste any more time. With a thought, the platinum malevolent spirit beside Shaolun lunged forward and grabbed at him. This caused the old man's expression to change, because he'd noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. That was why he dared to step forward and help Lin Ling. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ling actually had another martial god. Bang! The two of them collided with one another, causing the restaurant to collapse immediately. The old man's face turned pale when he sensed the strength of the platinum malevolent spirit. At this moment, he finally realized that this matter wasn't something he could comment on. Your Excellency, I won't interfere in this matter. The old man finally yelled at Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smirked. Without saying a word, he charged out of the restaurant and chased after Jean E. and the others. Not interfering now. It was too late. Chapter 38:43. Plentiful City was in turmoil. Moreover, if Lin Ling did not have the golden white evil spirit, Lin Ling would definitely be stopped by the old man. At that time, Jean E. and the rest would have run away. At that time, the old man could also leave as if it had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, the old man's face changed drastically. That's enough. Hurry up and save me. However, What greeted him was the golden-white evil spirit. Save him. The golden-white evil spirit had already treated him as a spicy strip. At this moment, the street was quiet at first, but soon, anxious shouts could be heard. Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling is here. The people who were shouting were obviously Jin Yi and the rest. Swoosh! However, Lin Ling had already caught up from behind, and a sword slashed down from the sky. One of the people behind Jin Yi and the rest was immediately killed. Shout, shout, let the whole city know, but before I, Lin Ling, die, all of you will be buried with me. Then, Jin Yi and the rest heard the crazy voice. As for where the gaze was, it was densely packed shadows. Evil ghost jellyfish. Endless evil ghost jellyfish flew out. Moreover, the true inheritance dark sword also rushed out, mixed with rolling ancestral power, and went to wreak havoc on Jin Yi and the rest. Jin Yi and the rest used the powerful techniques of the Golden God clan, but it was useless. They were instantly killed by the true inheritance dark sword. At present, the true inheritance dark sword's ancestral power had reached 90%. Moreover, it was still increasing. The few people who were killed were immediately devoured by the evil ghost jellyfish, and finally turned into dried corpses. This person is so arrogant, he actually dares to kill people in Plentiful City, because he is Lin Ling. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to come here. Is he crazy? Looks like there will be a good show to watch, but this Lin Ling is really bold. Hearing Lin Ling's name, some people were confused, but some people's eyes lit up, and the news spread like a snowball. Rumble. Then, the street shook and a figure flew backward. Then, he crawled on the ground, his face full of fear. So strong. Why is he even stronger than last time? This person was Jin Yi's subordinate. Previously, he had followed Jin Yi to the ancient lake mine, so he had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. However, he had never expected that Lin Ling would be even stronger than before. He did not know that at that time, Lin Ling had just fought the Realm Scorpion and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to leave alive. Wait, this matter can be discussed. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lin Ling was coming for him, the man immediately shouted. Misunderstanding. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a twitch of his brows, the true inheritance dark sword shot out and pierced through him. Almost at the same time, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword touched upon the 100% threshold. Looking at Jin Yi's group, there were only 2 people left. All of you died. Lin Ling activated the true inheritance nether sword and the evil ghost jellyfish, attacking one of them. Instead, he pounced towards Jin Yi. Rumble. All of a sudden, the battle here became even more intense. At the same time, in every corner of Fengdu City, news spread out like a rolling snowball. On the street, a large number of people with blue hair were slowly moving forward. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests, full of arrogance. However, when the news came from afar, their eyes instantly lit up. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling, kill him. The woman in the lead shouted ferociously. She was Princess Xue Wan. On the other side, a restaurant was booked by countless experts. They were all very old and had monstrous strength. In Jiuzhou, any one of them was an existence that surpassed the Emperor God, because they were people from the final world's Duan family. Sir, Lin Ling has come to Fengdu City. Someone suddenly reported. Lin Ling, the trash that defeated our Duan family's Duan Wuhan, kill him. The murderous aura in the restaurant was monstrous. The Duan family was also on the move. However, this was not the end of it. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. An ancient bronze coffin appeared on a high platform in the mine. The ancient coffin was silent as it looked at the entire Fengdu City. Mr. Wanyan, can I sell you a piece of information? Suddenly, a voice quietly sounded. It was very strange, as if it was hidden in the wind. It was the Headhunter clan. If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The bronze coffin suddenly swayed and emitted a strong corpse aura. The Headhunter clan was obviously afraid, so he said anxiously, "The Linling you're looking for has appeared in Fengdu City." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the bronze coffin suddenly swayed violently, and the corpse aura became stronger. "Kill him." The bronze coffin finally let out a hoarse voice. Then, the person carrying the coffin jumped down from the high platform. Moreover, a large number of Imperial crystals were scattered on the platform. This made the Headhunter clan ecstatic. He quickly showed himself and collected the Imperial crystals. However, halfway through, he suddenly let out a painful cry. Then, his whole body began to rot. Obviously, these Imperial crystals had been poisoned, and he had been poisoned. Although he was hoping for a fluke and sold the information to Wanyan, the money of the strong was not so easy to take. Therefore, the money was given to him, but he had to die. This was also the fate of the Headhunter clan. For money, they could sell everything, but they could also be killed at any time. Young Master, Linling has appeared. As for the grassland outside Fengdu City, several white horses were slowly moving forward. These horses were very beautiful. They were pure white, and their pupils were colorful. This was the Dream Horse, a remnant of the deity era. In front of the horses, a person knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Linling." On the leading horse, a handsome man's pupils constricted. He was Duan Wuhan. He didn't expect to meet Linling as soon as he arrived at Kaiyuan River, even though he wanted to participate in the Advanced Academy's training. "Let's go and meet him." The entire Fengdu City was in an uproar because of Linling's appearance. The commotion was comparable to the battle between the martial gods. In addition to those strong people, the experts of the Wentian Alliance had also received the news and were frantically looking for Linling. Although Linling and Wentian martial god had agreed to fight, and they did not dare to kill Linling, they definitely wanted to teach Linling a lesson. "Look, the smoke is billowing." I did not expect this small Linling to cause such a commotion in Fengdu City. Yes, it seems like this is also an appetizer before the battle between the martial gods. However, I am curious. How can a small Linling block the attacks of the experts from all sides? When the strong people heard the news, they became more and more curious. Die. On the street, the last person brought by Jean E was also killed. Now, only Jean E was left. At this moment, Jean Yi's face was ugly. He did not expect Linling to be so arrogant and kill all of his people in such a short period of time. Noble Golden God Clan, it's your turn now. Chapter 3844. Madness. Are you surprised? You thought that I would run away or even be afraid after exposing me. You didn't expect that I would kill all of you. Linling's voice drifted out. I underestimated you. Jean E gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Thank you for the compliment, but it's about time. Your death is here." Linling nodded and didn't say anything else. The True Inheritance Dark Sword and the Wraith Jellyfish flew back, and he pounced forward. Jean Yi's heart instantly became serious. He clasped his hands together, and the ground shook. A large amount of Emperor crystals appeared and merged into his hands, causing his arms to shine brilliantly. So many people want to kill you. Who knows, I might be the first one to kill you. Boom! A terrifying power erupted. Jean E also turned into a ray of golden light and shot forward. Rumble! The two powerhouses clashed, and a storm swept out. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A moment later, two figures also floated in the air. 80% of the ancestral power. Jean Yi's hands clashed with Linling's dominating sword, but his expression was serious, because after clashing with Linling, he realized how terrifying Linling was. Last time, Linling had obviously hidden some of his strength, but is it enough to kill you? Linling sneered. After clashing with Jean E, he realized that his opponent had a mysterious power that seemed to be able to use the endless Emperor crystals to increase his strength. This was similar to the Wood God clan, but one borrowed the power of the forest while the other borrowed the power of the Emperor crystals. It's not enough. On the contrary, it's enough for me to kill you. At this moment, Jean E shouted fiercely. Suddenly, The light on his arm flowed like liquid metal, and when it came into contact with the tyrannical Song sword, it actually dyed the sword gold, and the ancestral power was immediately sealed. Moreover, this didn't stop there, and it actually dyed Lin Ling's arm gold as well. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Huh. Realizing this, Jin Yi sneered and said, I'm the priest of the gold god. I have the means to connect with the gods. You, a mere human, have no right to be proud in front of me. The golden liquid began to appear on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a golden monster. However, Lin Ling, all of his power was sealed Lin Ling's god clan's god. Of course, this was also because Lin Ling had been a little careless. He hadn't even figured out the golden god clan's methods before casually attacking. Although Lin Ling's, though, was sealed Lin Ling. Was that all? Whoosh whoosh. This caused Jin Yi's expression to change, but he couldn't retreat at this moment. Otherwise, Lin Ling's seal would be crippled by half a step. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, Jin whoosh. Jin Yi shouted, and a golden light appeared behind him. The surface of his body was enveloped by the golden light, and his entire being turned into a golden man. Treasure light soared into the sky. Ding ding dang dang. The true inheritance dark sword shot behind him, but it seemed to have hit a metal wall. It didn't penetrate Jin Yi's body. However, Jin Yi's efforts were strenuous and unrewarding. Golden blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Of course, he also roared madly. You can't hurt me with less than 100% of your ancestral power. After I seal you, I'll turn your sword into scrap metal. His voice was filled with hysterical madness. What a strange method. In the distance of this street, people were watching the battle. Then, they exclaimed in surprise at the power of the Golden God clan. But at this time, the true inheritance dark swords that were wildly attacking Jin Yi began to quietly change. It was as if they were being incessantly attacked by the dark swords until they began to burn. Water-like flames appeared on those swords. Moreover, it was getting sharper and crazier. Whoosh! When it passed by Jin Yi, it cut through the golden light on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. How could this be? This sword could actually grow by itself? Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, even more swords arrived and pierced through his body, causing his chest to be riddled with holes. When he lowered his head, he was filled with disbelief and panic. Was he going to die? Looking at Lin Ling in front of him, he saw that Lin Ling had already recovered. The golden liquid had disappeared like a receding tide. At this moment, Lin Ling was coldly looking at him. Jin Yi also sensed Lin Ling's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling's dragon claw waved and directly blew his head apart. If I die, you won't be able to escape from Plentiful City. Jin Yi's voice floated out, and he was only halfway through shouting when his head was separated from his body. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the martial artists trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling was really crazy. Before he died, he actually dragged Jin Yi down with him. Poor Jin Yi. He thought that by exposing Lin Ling's identity, he would be able to see Lin Ling die. In the end, he was just making a wedding dress for someone else. At the very least, he would not be able to see Lin Ling's death. On the contrary, Lin Ling was accompanied by Jin Yi on the road to the underworld. You kill my tribe's priest. Go to hell. However, as soon as Jin Yi died, a furious roar came from the sky. Along with it, an endless number of mineral veins rose and floated in the sky. They were densely packed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. He knew that the person who had come was very powerful. If he had to give an example, he would be a top power at the half-step to martial god realm. The Grand Priest. Instantly, this phrase appeared in his mind. The Golden God tribe could move about freely in the human's mineral veins. This meant that this tribe had many top powers. The top power who had come out now must have a high position in the Golden God tribe. In fact, the Wood God tribe also had many top powers. However, they could not leave the forest. Boom! In the sky, a giant who was 100 meters tall came crashing down. His entire body was dazzling with golden light. At a closer look, it was an old man with long flowing hair. He was mighty like a King Kong descending to the mortal world. His golden hair was like the sun. Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Upon seeing the rich power from the person's body, many people on the distant street sneered. These people were from the Duan family. They had finally arrived. However, they did not attack at this moment. They were watching the show from afar. Of course, many people had the same thoughts as the Duan family. In comparison, there were strong and weak half-step to martial gods. For example, an ultimate desolate body below the 7th grade was considered inferior. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body was considered mediocre. An 8th grade ultimate desolate body was considered superior. Those above the 8th grade were considered superior. The Golden God Tribe's Grand Priest was clearly one of the top emperors. Bang! The tall golden giant took a step on the ground. Countless houses floated up and tumbled along with the imperial crystals. Following that, the golden giant brought a large number of houses and imperial crystals over in a mighty manner. In midair, a golden palm the size of a small mountain appeared. It shook the heavens and earth. More and more top powers are coming. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He knew that this battle would be very intense. Furthermore, he knew that there were many people who were eyeing him covetously. However, since things had come to this point, he could only fight on